1, 2. Sound. Sound for live stream. Testing sound for live stream. Sound check. Sound check. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Sorry. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Sound check. Live stream. Live stream. Musa. It's there. It's there. Not there. Yeah. Not here. Everywhere. James, I got a stick for you. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Are you happy, guys? Thanks.
gonna
So
open.
we're gonna put him on the one instead.
Yeah, instead. So this she's next I'm gonna go for them, and they should give a thingy, and then we're just gonna sit down because now Makandalula sits at 11 presentation. And this has my wife Hamisa Leandra who TV.
Keep your name projector.
No, I projected.
Cool. I think it looks nice even from a graphic perspective.
Let me I know this is a department, right? Is there a way of project? Then I'll come. Yeah, just now.
Mic is on, just you keep-
Yeah, we'll announce for them to come sit, so without including. Colleagues, welcome to day 3 and the last day of this very important conference. And I can tell by the numbers that people are quickly coming in, although a bit late. And I guess it's due to the dinner that we had last night. And the many places that we went to after that particular dinner. I've heard that many places were fully booked in Durban. So on day 3, we are focusing on the state of local government. And that's one of the very important topics that we can focus on, because local governments are at the heart of service delivery. And as much as we talk about the national, we talk about the provincial, we understand that the sphere of local government is one with the people, and the idea of creating a capable state should also be realized from the local government level, so that we know that we have different spheres of government that are capable of fulfilling the country's capable and ethical developmental state. And our chair for this particular session is the esteemed Nomfundo Dlamini, and I trust that she will keep you in good company. And we have a number of speakers for this particular panel session, and I will hand over to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Sanbonani. To all our distinguished guests and also to our speakers. As mentioned, my name is Nomfundo Faith Dlamini, and I have the privilege of facilitating our first panel discussion this morning on subnational government. I just want to congratulate you all, because I heard Kadini Juguja last night, so for making it here. I really hope that we're going to have a good discussion and be able to get into the nitty-gritties in terms of what it is that subnational governments are implementing or planning to implement pertaining to the National Development Plan. So, having attentively listened to all the inputs presented at the proceedings regarding state capacity, regarding government performances, our institutions, as well as the variables of capable development state, this morning's panel discussion will provide us with some insights pertaining to service delivery, the state of local government capacity implementation of the National Development Plan, as well as garnering more precision on the capacity needs and strategies of this strata and its influence pertaining to our particular leadership. So without much further ado, I would like to begin by inviting firstly all of our guest speakers onto the floor. I'm going to end with our presiding officer who's going to give us the sentiments of today. So I'd first like you to please assist me in welcoming onto stage Mr. Ben Mhlongo, if you can please join us, Dr. David Mohale. I'd like to please welcome also Dr. Helima Kunute. And then if you can please join me on stage. It gets a bit lonely up here if it's just chairs, right? I don't see the other. Okay, here we go. It's going to be us. It's going to be us. Thank you. And the first input for today is going to be delivered by Dr. Nonhlanhla Mkhize, who is the KwaZulu-Natal Director General, who will be giving us some insights pertaining to the role of the provincial government, or the Provincial Growth and Development Strategies, known as the PGDS, in driving the National Development Plan, and then also provide us with a case pertaining to KwaZulu-Natal. So if you can please just join me in giving a round of applause and welcome you up.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I didn't know that I was going to be the first speaker. Good morning to the colleagues, the Directors General that are here. I've seen two. DG Yoli Makasi of the PSA and DG Advocate Maluleke from the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Please, colleagues, allow me to observe all the protocols that have been tabled here at the start of the conference by saying good morning to all of you. We are grateful to get this opportunity to give a provincial perspective on the implementation of the NDP as the gist of this conference. Can I be assisted, because I have borrowed eyes so that this is big. Otherwise I was going to use my own so that it's big. I can do with you your eyes as well. We are starting this presentation from a premise which is talking of high-level problem statement. And this is the work that was compiled by our colleagues from DPME. We starting by quoting what DPME said when they were doing the 25-year review of the democratic government. I open quote, "The state has not adequately utilized the levers at its disposal to fundamentally entrench the economic rights of the historically disadvantaged and reverse the apartheid legacy," close quote. And as such, because of this statement, we realized that there are problems that are prevailing throughout government in the country: the lack of economic transformation, low growth, high unemployment, poverty and hunger, also exacerbated by COVID-19. There are other issues like the floods, the July 21 unrest, persistence of wealth, income and gender inequality, imbalance between redistribution and productive capacity, high carbon economy and climate change, lack of digital readiness. As KwaZulu-Natal, we are the least connected province, DGs. Connectivity in KwaZulu-Natal, because we are a rural province, is still a challenge. Insufficient reach and impact of the services that we deliver as government to our people. Also, corruption threatening democracy and undermining public trust. The persistence of gender-based violence and femicide, as well as violent crimes, are also very, very problematic in the state that we are in. Now, as KwaZulu-Natal government, we subscribe to the South African planning universe, where there is the SDGs, the AU agenda, starting from the ward level, ward-based plans, the municipal IDPs, now which is entrenched in the district development model, the one plan, one district, one budget, the district development plan, provincial development plan, as well as the national development plan. The national annual strategic plan and update as KwaZulu-Natal, the key focus areas, they remain at a national level, the top 10 priorities that are listed there. But as KwaZulu-Natal, we have adapted them to suit the province. As a result, the provincial focus areas that featured prominently in the State of the Province Address of 2022, the jobs, investment, attraction and retentions, public procurement. There is Operation Vula, which is a program of a government that is trying to address issues of economic transformation, digitalization. As a result, we already have a provincial digital strategy that has been adopted by the province, and we are implementing it. I was sharing with the DGs earlier on that in KwaZulu-Natal, we now doing your e-submission, your e-leave, your compliance tracking, your We are now finalizing the e-recruitment, working with DPSA, because we do want to get there. Food security and nutrition, water, sanitation, energy, as well as the fourth industrial revolution, housing and title deeds, where we are restoring the dignity of the people of the province by making sure that it doesn't matter whether it's in a township, a four-roomed house, or whether it's what is called an RDP house, but a person must have feel the ownership that that person is given a title deed. Vaccinations and communicable diseases, corruption, prosecutions, and forensic investigations, violent crime, basic education, social cohesion, and moral regeneration. But we have recently reviewed the provincial growth and development strategy, and the alignment approach that we have used is that we tried to keep it short, to the point, but also when we were reviewing it in 2021, last year, we followed an outcome-based approach, and we modeled it on the MTSF 2019-2024. Hence, we moved from goals and strategic objectives to impacts, outcomes, and interventions. Because one of the challenges that we are facing as government is that, yes, we will have these good plans, the NDP, the PGDS, and the PGDP. However, we are, in some instances, ticking the boxes instead of checking the impact of the services that we are delivering to the people. Yes, we may have achieved the targets, but what about the impact as well as the outcomes and the interventions that have been done? Now, we also subscribe to ensuring that when we were reviewing the PGDS of the province, the monitoring and evaluation, as well as the communication aspect, ensuring implementation, the collaboration, so that we are not working in silos, but also there is integration towards achieving the goals and ensuring that it is people-centered. The reviewed provincial growth and development strategy, the vision is that of KwaZulu-Natal will be a prosperous province with a healthy, secure, and skilled population living in dignity and harmony, acting as a gateway to Africa and the world. It will do no good to have the PGDS if we don't have a healthy population that will enjoy the benefits of the plans that are in place. It will do no good if the people are not safe and secured, and it will do no good if the population is not skilled to be able to implement and also live in dignity. We are contextualizing the MTSF to KZN, and we are saying the MTSF and PGDS are implemented through the provincial growth and development plan, which we adjusted to KZN implementation plan as the program of action. And this plan is coordinated through 13 action work groups, what we call AWGs, through programmed intervention and catalytic projects. And departmental contributions, as well as our public entities, is funded through the MTF, because it does not help to have these grand plans if they are not funded. We always ensure that what is in the APPs and the operational plans are also funded. But we also making use of the Spatial Development Framework, which has been reviewed in June this year. The Infrastructure Master Plan, we are about to finalize it, and it's led by the Department of Public Works. The Provincial Spatial Economic Development Strategy is integrated into the District Development Model, led by the Department of Economic Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs, and the catalytic projects that are cross-cutting, those that will have large impact on the growth and development of the province, economically as well. It's led by the Department of Public Works. We have also adjusted with the changes. I'm sure colleagues would recall that in the 6th administration, priority number 1 is that of the capable, ethical, and developmental state, which was not necessarily priority number 1, but now it has been brought to the front, and we have also adjusted accordingly with the strategic goals of 2016. As we were reviewing, we then took into consideration the MTSF 2019 to 2025. This is a repetition. The institutional framework for the implementation of the MTSF, or the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, we know that we have the Provincial Executive Council, which is the provincial cabinet. At a provincial level, they are not called cabinet, but it's the Executive Council. And as such, that's the highest decision-making body. Now, we do have the national departments that are in the province, the provincial departments, the public entities, local government and traditional councils, the private sector and NGOs, and these then become part, they participate in the action work groups, as we also have the technical clusters. Technical clusters, that's where we sit as the heads of departments, as officials in the administration, processing issues that will go to the Executive Council political clusters. But we also have the Provincial Planning Commission. We also have the non-governmental consultative forums, including 9 councils. Those councils, we have the KZN Economic Council, the Provincial Council on AIDS, the Human Resource Development Council, Climate Change, Social Cohesion and Moral Regeneration, Council Against Crime, Economic Transformation Monitoring Council, Women Economic Empowerment Advisory Council, as well as Anti-Substance Abuse Forum. And these are also participating and feeding into the action working groups. We do need to say that we are trying to perfect the system so that all the items that are tabled at a cluster level, they would have been processed by the action working groups before they go to the technical cluster, and then they go to the political cluster, and then to the executive council where resolutions are being taken. This is how the action working groups are clustered. They fall under different clusters, but what is important is that all these action working groups are pillars within the provincial growth and development strategy of the province, and the work is then processed through these AWGs. The Planning Commission was established in 2010 as an advisory body to the Premier and the Executive Council, and it facilitates coherence in policy development and planning across the provincial government, amongst other things. And they are appointed by the Premier, endorsed by the Executive Council. Operationally, in terms of its budget and financial administration, the Commission is placed in the Office of the Premier under the Strategic Management Branch, and the Director General is the accounting officer of the Commission, and membership of the Commission comprises of 9 part-time commissioners, including the chairperson and deputy chairperson. This is a very important body, which is a springboard for the provincial administration when it comes to especially the issues of the provincial growth and development strategy. I felt that we say something about Operation Sukumasake. That is our pride as KZN, and it's a service delivery model with, you know that the motto of KwaZulu-Natal in the crest of the provincial government is Masisukume Sake. So Sukumasake started as a call for the people of KwaZulu-Natal to come together and deal with the challenges that are facing the province, starting with HIV and AIDS at the time, TB, until and teenage pregnancy and all other social ills. At the center of this picture, because this is where we started, is the red ribbon signifying the challenge of HIV, AIDS, and TB that the province faced at the time. It's still relevant because these red ribbons are now representing all the challenges that we are facing as a province. And the open hands means empowerment of people. The hands are all the citizens that are standing up to build in KwaZulu-Natal. The 5 critical areas of OSS, and we are in the process of aligning OSS with the district development model, the community partnerships, behavior change, integration of government services so that we don't work in silos, economic activities, and environmental care. And the concept of a war room is where we all come together with different stakeholders, including traditional leaders, the councillors, civil society, CBOs, FBOs, and all the stakeholders. What is important about war rooms is that all the matters that are reported to a war room are then referred to the office of the Premier in the NEF Center, and then referred to all departments so that there is a processing of those and making sure that there is feedback to the communities. The field workers, we've rationalized them. It doesn't matter from which department. there are CDWs, there are CCGs, there are those from community safety, there are extension officers, there are those from sport and recreation, social crime prevention volunteers, and so on. What we are doing as a province is to ensure that they are rationalized in such a way that in each ward there must be a community, there must be a field worker. Doesn't matter from which department, but that field worker must be able to take issues, whether they are from health, social development, or which department, and take them to the NEF center so that they are addressed. One of the ways of monitoring service delivery and by implication, the implementation of the provincial growth and development strategy are OSS cabinet days, Operation Sukumasake cabinet days. These are happening on a Wednesday, the last Wednesday of the month. In the fourth week of the month, we will go to a district. We went to Utugela District Municipality, where all MECs, HODs, and officials, we go there on a Wednesday, starting in the morning, going to the projects, see the projects that needs to be improved. But we go there 2 weeks prior to the OSS Cabinet Day so that we profile that community and make sure that we respond to, there are lessons that we have learned in the institutionalization of this, and these lessons are very good, and they are also working in as far as the DDM is concerned, as we are aligning it. There are benefits in this integration, and they are listed there. I wouldn't want to go through all of them. But there is also Operation Siyahlola monitoring and evaluation program to ensure that the PGDS and the PGDP are implemented. Therefore, there is this Operation Siyahlola, which is done by the Premier. It's a monitoring program aimed at improving the performance of government, especially at the front line of service delivery in all the 3 spheres of government. These, some are announced, some are unannounced, and I don't want to tell the details because there are colleagues here from departments that we are busy hauling. Therefore, I wouldn't want to say much, but it is yielding positive, very positive results. In 2020, we did 72 sites, and in 2021, we did 48 sites. Key issues going forward, if we are to really implement the provincial growth development strategy in line with the National Development Plan, is that the issue of the digital transformation strategy. We are saying the broadband aspect may not be achieved due to slow rollout linked to lack of budget, but there is a need to accelerate the implementation of the digital and technology transformation strategy and cloud-based solutions to improve efficiency. There are a few key aspects in the various fields that can be drawn upon for support. That is an area that requires improved collaboration. We do want to indicate that the institutions of higher learning, academic institutions in our province, are very, very useful. And we have signed there is an English called memorandums, and there is an English saying memoranda. So I'm not wrong if I say we've signed memorandums of agreement with the universities, and we've started seeing benefits towards that, working. For instance, they are fully participating in our Human Resource Development Council for the province, and there's a program we're doing with them of unemployed graduates, where we are capacitating them around the area of research and planning, monitoring and evaluation, and we are assisted by the tertiary institutions. Financial e-systems such as the e-procurement measure implementation relies heavily on finalization of relevant legislation at national level. You know the story. We don't want to talk about it in this, the I am whatever story. You know that story? We're waiting patiently, but we're trying on the side to modernize the systems that we are using. The district development model targets may not be fully achieved due to delayed finalization of one plans and full alignment at provincial level. An analysis of the situation of the province advised of emphasis that should be given to promoting education for scarce skills to ensure that more people get absorbed in labor-intensive industries such as mining, manufacturing, construction, and agriculture. And I must say that this is one of the pillars that are not moving fast in our provincial growth and development strategy because of the skills scarcity. I wouldn't like to say they are not there, but they might not be enough, and there are whole issues of skills mismatch that is happening in our government. I tried to run. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to the Director General. There's no translation there. So thank you very much to the Director General, Dr. Mkhize, for providing us with a provincial perspective on the implementation of the National Development Plan. I think the presentation outlined the triple threat of both poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and also helped to provide us with insights into the outcomes-based approach that you were speaking to, ma'am, focusing on impacts, outcomes, as well as interventions. Being the thinker that I am, I think it would also be quite interesting for us to also derive some analysis regarding elements pertaining to alignment of the PGDS within our local government municipal plans, and also see how within key performance areas of delivery departments we are seeing the activation and implementation of the strategy, and how this has also translated into the programs, the projects, and also fostered an element of intergovernmental coordination, implementation, and the collaboration that you so rightfully mentioned, ma'am. So to lead us into some of the case studies on the capacity building in KwaZulu-Natal, I'd like to also invite a not so old friend and colleague, Dr. Halima Kunute from the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Okay, where's my presentation? Good morning, all, and a special greeting to the program director, our DG, Dr. Mkhize, and our DG, Madam Makasi, our DG Advocate Maluleke, all protocol observed at this point. I think, when you are following the leader, it becomes kind of difficult, but I'll try and do my best in providing insight into this aspect. My presentation would largely be dealing with the aspects of capacity building and the work that we have done as a province, but also more importantly, the research that I've conducted for the last 8 years, just focusing on capacity building and some of the models that we are able to achieve on. And in realizing this, we start off by saying that 10 years after the introduction of the NDP, the quality of political and administrative leadership in local government is still ailing. And for me, this was strategic in terms of trying to understand that the basis of our functionality in government lies at the local government, because that's where the communities feel the need of services and feel the power of the government that is there. Municipal councils and officials, even more a bigger risk that they are, because local government is not yielding the results that we seem to believe they should. Most councillors have challenges in leadership, financial oversight, appointments of capable municipal officials, and in this regard, there is a separation of power, but we often find this diluted because there is a lot of interference in the administration of government happenings by the politicians, which we find a lot on the ground. I'm sure you've heard that some of the councils end up not sitting, and this has a ripple effect, because what happens is that if a budget is not passed, then the communities feel the brunt, because services are then not delivered. In terms of the problem statement, national and provincial departments have a constitutional duty to support and strengthen the capacity of local government, and this is section 154.1. In this regard, we find that local government's mandate to deliver basic services get hindered by some of the key areas that you will see in this presentation, pronouncing on the key areas that we are still challenging government in terms of trying to address the pitfalls that we seemingly are seeing getting bigger and bigger. Some of the areas are high vacancy rates in critical positions, inappropriate organizational structures, and failure to respond to capacity building and other interventions. I think I want to go very quickly here, because I want to share with you the crux and the bottom line in some of the research that I have done personally, but also what is important is that as a government official, I seem to think that as the past inputs we're getting, what is most key is that you, in whatever position that you are, you need to understand what you can do to change the status quo. If you are an academic, you must be an academic of note and not an academic that is largely just pushing paper. I think the key area in KZN that we have sought to put a lot of effort in is that under Section 139 in 2018, we had 8 municipalities that were under administration. This year, we have 12 municipalities that are under administration. This puts a lot of strain on government, because what we find happening is that you have people who are employed, but then you have to have an administrator that takes up that particular municipality, meaning the wage bill of government thus increases, because you have people who are in positions, but they are unable to do their work, and for government to support them, they need to have other strategies to ensure that government is able to deliver services. The quality of life in terms of our people is declining. Weak governance, lack of accountability, corruption, poor municipal financial management, decline in levels of quality and service delivery, and weak institutional leadership. And I will prove this to you given some of the key research findings that we have undertaken to really try and change the status quo, because my belief is that as a government official, I need to understand what I can do to influence change. I don't believe it makes sense for me to wake up and go and do the same thing when in actual fact it's not working. And fortunately enough, in KZN, we have a DG who is very receptive of change and very receptive of people who strengthen government through their own efforts. So I've found a lot of support from my leadership. I think it's because it's women, so definitely they are there to support and move forward. And now we also have a woman premier, so watch the space. Game-changing, KZN. Yeah. In terms of doing this particular research, the methodology and the clients needed to be clearly identified, and we looked at all the relevant elements of government and prescripts that are there: government Batupeli, Auditor General findings, NDP, MTSF, SOPA, MEC budget speech, and Cabinet Lokhotla and DDM, so that our approach is actually interactive. And in terms of the capacity building, as we know, we have the three elements: individual, institutional, and environmental. And for me, institutional is the most key, because that is what needs to be present and solid, because everyone comes into a space, and if you find that the municipality doesn't have policies, already you are setting up that municipality for failure, because everyone who comes into it has their own perspective and their own views. But if you are solid in terms of your institution, and the functionality becomes a reality, because anyone who comes into that institution comes into a solid environment that will allow functionality and champion the vision of the particular institution. In this particular province, we have 1,994 councillors, we have 48,896 officials, and we also have Amakosi, which the last time we were doing a count was at 12,229, and this increases because others are being inaugurated, or rather put into place, traditional institutions. We have also the women Amakosi, who we attend to. So this is what we looked at when we're doing our work. We then developed the strategy for the province, and I must give credit to, again, our cabinet, who agreed when we proposed this as part of the research that I had done, to say we need to quantify the capacity that we as government dispense. For instance, Msunduzi has been under Section 139 for the longest time, and yet when we were quantifying it, most of the resources, because it sits at the capital, which is Pietermaritzburg, are being dispensed into Msunduzi. So clearly, there's another problem that's underlying there. It's not about capacity, because the wage towards capacitating Msunduzi was becoming bigger and bigger. And my master's thesis specifically wanted to understand what the problem statement was in this municipality, and hence I was able to research on it. The strategy puts us as COCTA, as a center for coordination, as per our mandate, in regards to the fact that anyone, any department, whether it's Office of the Premier or human settlement or transport, who is wanting to dispense capacity in the municipal space, we needed to know about it so that we are able to keep records, because what we found out, there were duplications. People were training and actually doing work that was not assisting municipalities, and our strategy was on the basis that we audit first. We need to know where the gaps are. We're talking about capacity of the state. We need to know what capacity is existing before we are able to actually close the gaps that are there, or the potholes, as one has said, there are more potholes in government than anything. So our approach was that we audit the entire province. In this regard, all municipalities in this province have been audited, all municipal employees rather, and you will see in my next slides. And we also included the sector departments like your SALGA, your LG CETA, because they are having a footprint in the municipality, and our functionality also depends on them. And the case studies in terms of the Smarter Municipality, which is a resource book that I developed as part of my work. I looked at my environment and I felt I needed to do something to denounce on what I feel I can. And through research, I was able to do this. I lifted areas of corruption, maladministration, political tension and disputes, as you see. And this was in 2018 already. So make no mistake, I was not actually taken up by the state capture. I was doing my own research prior state capture came into being. So for me, these were case studies that were relevant, existing, and I felt that if I lifted these up, announced them, but also put in place a remedy to say, but this is wrong, what then is right? Because as a capacity builder, I can just not lift a problem and not find a solution for it. So in partnership with the university, I was able to put together this resource book, which has been accepted quite largely because the University of China is also using it for their first-year public admin students in terms of comparing what happens in this country. So the political interference as a section, weak governance as a section, as part of what we go through, fraud and corruption as some of the case studies that I came across in terms of my work. Difficult stakeholder relations, because some of the challenges are that, yes, there is work that is being done, but there are some stakeholders who hold government at ransom, and we cannot allow that kind of state in this country. And here, the effective interactions and relations within stakeholders provide leadership and vision, develops its capability, and must be good judgment in terms of what they do. The findings now of the councillor skills audit. In this province, we started auditing the councillors in 2015 already, because my understanding and that of my province was that every councillor is elected, and therefore you get a mixture of them, smarties. And when we audited them, we found that there are some who couldn't even read and write. So already, in terms of their role of oversight, they've already lost the plot, because you cannot say that a person who is unable to read documentation that has to guide them in doing their work is able to actually provide oversight over that municipality. That's why you found that the tensions in the municipality and the non-passing of budgets, because clearly the cohort who was supposed to lead the municipality didn't understand their importance and their role, because them not passing the budget has a ripple effect in the community functioning. So here we found that there were large needs which were penciled by the audit with regards to the elements of skills. We did an audit as well with the new cohort that came in last year, 2021. By January this year, we had completed the audit of the new cohort of councillors, and we found that almost 100% of those that we audited were wanting computer skills. And remember, we were in a session of having COVID, and most things are virtual. So already you find that some of them are requesting leadership skills. So these are all pertinent skills that people who are in leadership, we assume, would have. But of course, because of the fact that they are elected, they wouldn't. So our then responsibility is to close the gaps that we are seeing. As you can see, out of the 1,884, 1,605 requested to be capacitated on using a computer, and which is one of the responsibilities then municipalities have to now have funds to undertake. Financial management, as we would know, most of the problems and challenges in local government are around finances, their management and their disbursement in terms of priority areas. And already we have 1,386 of the councillors saying, hello, we don't have financial management, can you assist us here? So those are some of the areas that we feel need to be strengthened. Local economic development and procurement issues, 1,378 councillors requested for these. But on the left-hand side of my presentation, which might be the right to yours, we see the key 15 areas that the councillors requested. And this particular audit was electronic, so it was quite a task for us to get the information. In some instances, we were strategic. For eThekwini, which is having the largest councillors, we matched it with their council sitting so that we had to physically go and audit them, which we were very grateful for the cooperation on the ground. Just in terms here of the education, we found that most councillors did not complete grade 12, and which sat at about 30% and about 20 below even standard 7. The age, most councillors are 50 years and even older. Training attitude, most councillors show little interest in training. I remember when I first was doing the councillor orientation, their view was that, no, we need to just understand e-procurement. Awusitshela nge-procurement. Konke lokho kunye electiwe thina. Procurement, we want to know about procurement. Clearly giving you insight into the mindset. Balana forum procurement. So even the alignment of what they are supposed to do seemed to be disjunctured. There is no appointment criteria. Political parties have different criteria, and the job is interpreted differently in different parties. Length of service after each local government elections, most councillors do not return. So as part of our strategy, we also make the trainings accredited, so that, because as government, we can't see ourselves having councillors who then go and add on to the unemployment quota. And then portfolio committees. Some committees require specific skills, and we try and focus on impact. And there's also criteria now by local government that have come out, standard criteria for certain positions within the municipality. And then we also did the municipal official skills audit, the 48,896, supported by our DG here, who was very pertinent in the sense that this needed to be concluded within a period of a year. It was tough. It was really tough because it was during COVID, and we were on the front line, I always say, because we had to go to municipalities, we had to use the HR documents, whom we found were fairly lacking in terms of basic information that we had to have. So here it's per district. As you know, we work per the DDM in this province, and we've also audited the DDM functionality. And here you see the various competency scoring per municipality, competent category. I'm sure you'll have a chance to look deeply into that because it's all different areas. And here, in terms of the finding, we have the overall and the managers in terms of the different categories and the competencies that are outlined. We use the GAP scale. GAP scale is a tool that has been modified now, but it's the owners are Cocta National, and it's very comprehensive. It really gives excessive data that you can really pull out and understand what cohort you have in your institution. And we then presented the skills audit to the new council. Although we started the audit in 2021, 2020 rather, finished it in 21 early. We felt that the exiting council didn't need to know, besides they were busy electioneering more than anything to be focusing on this. These are the competency per category. We've got the different sectors, such the machine operators. So what we did is that whether you are an MM, and we got a lot of resistance from the senior management because they felt, why do I need to be audited? And we said, but you need to be. But I think the directive from our DG, as the person who led and championed this project, really assisted us. And we are able to also get the different elements around the component. These are the proposed trainings and development in terms of the various areas, managerial, financial, and generic, towards us closing the gaps that are there. Fortunately, this was to be linked to the PDPs of the municipal officials, so they were the best group to be able to try and assist. Even this year, the work skills plan is aligned so that training is not just training, and you found that some government officials wanted to do like your MBAs, which have nothing to do with their work. So we found that through this, we are able to do comprehensive alignments. Key findings and recommendations: the biggest challenge lies in institution and individual capacity, both of which are weak. And the view for me is that institution really, you cannot compromise, because it's like the foundation of a house. If it's weak, then the house is bound to collapse if there's any wind circle. While environmental capacity is generally supplied by national government, it could improve in many ways. In this regard, we have a reasonable, appropriate levels in terms of us dispensing it. Municipalities appear to be unable and unwilling to constructively and proactively make use of policies. And for me, this is when we really have to provide guidance and almost provide compliance in terms of regulation, and try to enforce, because at some level, as a government, if you want to be in government, you need to adhere to the policies and procedures, and enforcement for me is the way to go, because if you leave it up to just people taking up what they should, we find that we have a problem. And for me, HRD and HRM are key components in this mayhem in terms of municipal administration. Had no training functions. I mean, how can you not be consistently training when you understand that there's always a dynamic shift in local government, responsibilities change. So there needs to be that aggressiveness. And for me, if already a lot of research has proven that human resources, if you find that it's weak, it's bound to have a trickle effect and collapse the institution. Challenges in management capacity in the municipal administrations included consequences for institutional capacity of political interference and recruitment, and installing of unqualified municipal managers and other senior managers. But in this regard, we have improved as all, there's a vetting system that is in place now. So hopefully that is being dispensed of. I saw articles as I was coming here that one of the municipal managers' qualifications is being looked or investigated. So those are some of the key interventions. The state of human resources at Msunduzi local municipality, as I said, it was part of my research. My key findings indicated that the top management team lacked the necessary competency to fully execute their functions, and already you have a challenge if this is existing. And for me, the gatekeeper for all the processes within the municipality is the human resource component. So if they are well capacitated and given the powers to actually ensure that all the processes are in place, I think for me it would really take us somewhere. And another component that I would really sponsor moving forward is I would say professionalization in a more structured way of HRM, because they belong to associations, but they need to be similar to like the teachers, where you find that, say, South African a council of educators, where you have to have certain norms in terms of being in that particular field so that it moves forward. Yeah. And then lastly, just in terms of recommendations of the skills audit, there's education and training, implementation of a succession planning, opportunities in trying to reach the gap. The training and development program must be addressed, the competencies. As you can see, as I'm reading all these recommendations, most of which must be taken up in the HR unit, because obviously they are the custodian of the well-being and the healthy institution. Engagement with strategic local government partners, CETA, and as our DG has pointed out, we work a lot with universities and trying to balance our perspectives, and the profile of municipal skills audit facilitators, because their frustration is that they are able to do the work, but they are not given the voice to actually carry out their responsibilities. In one municipality, I mean, the MM bluntly refused to be audited by the skills development facilitator because now she was going to be aware of his qualifications, which shouldn't be the case. And engagements with the National School of Government, in which we are doing. And this is part of the work that we are doing, and we are continuing, and we are hoping to collaborate further with national departments. And I'd like to thank you for your attentively listening to me.
Thank you very much to Dr. Kunute for outlining the aspects pertaining to capacity building and also the case studies with regards to KwaZulu-Natal. I would hope that with the skills audit, and I think as I heard that the DG also being mentioned, that we are able to actually professionalize the local government sphere and also our subnational government, and also make it a profession that's also respected and also sought after, especially for the under 50 category that I think some of us still fit into, as we've seen also being demonstrated in other local governments in the world. I think another interesting point is also maybe for us to start thinking about the interface between the political as well as the administrative leadership and some of the unspoken rules of the game and the challenges that are also encountered and how those also kind of impact and also hinder on service delivery, especially at a grassroots level, especially pertaining to the implementation of our government initiatives. I think it would be an interesting case for us to also kind of unravel and also to start to discuss. And just with those few words and thoughts, I think it will lead us quite well into our next presentation. As I'd like to also welcome Dr. David Mohale from the Durban University of Technology to further enlighten us on the state of intergovernmental relations in local government. And as he stands up, I'd just like to make a quick announcement for someone driving a Suzuki. The registration number is KT62XWGP. You just left the lights on, so I'm unable to. Is it
possible to use my laptop?
Yes.
Now that I've been ambushed to speak about something else.
You don't have your presentation?
No, I don't have it. Yeah. Colleagues, good morning. A bit of a disclaimer, I suppose, because I've just been ambushed and I agreed to be ambushed. When I received the invitation from the conference convener, all he said was that please come and talk. So the brief was not very clear, and because I decided to focus on other things, I got here and then I've been asked, speak about IGR. I said, okay, no problem, I will do so. And for two reasons. This is the presentation that not so long time ago I made to the NCOP. And the reason I decided to perhaps continue with it now that I've been asked to speak on IGR is for two reasons. That there's a book that's coming out soon that will be published by UKZN Press. I wouldn't reveal the name of the editors. So I developed this presentation into a chapter, so it will be in that book. Secondly, the larger part of what I will be presenting is what I would have shared with COGTA as part of the smaller group that was asked by the minister to make inputs into the review of local government thus far. And my former supervisor sitting at the back, he always insisted that we must be very deliberate about context. So I'm thinking that this is where I will start. Because sometimes we assume that the there is a common understanding in terms of what the government should be doing, or that we often look for the best practices. And in my own view, I don't think there is, but at least at the very basic level, there is an appreciation that governance is all about unending efforts to seek to resolve problems that exist. And then by very nature, it requires cooperation and collaboration between and amongst a number of stakeholders. So it is not just the responsibility of those who are part of or inside public service. It's also about the extent to which state institutions collaborate with the industry and civil society. And because academics are also very big on theories, I felt that it is important that we also remind each other that we're having these conversations because we really want to perhaps inadvertently gauge the extent to which we think South African state remains legitimate. And legitimacy is not just about processes and systems. One important element of measuring the legitimacy of the state is about the extent to which the state is able to respond to the needs and expectations of citizens. In our case, when you look at the preamble of our constitution, when you look into the chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, they are very specific. If you like, there's a specific agenda which we need to pursue. And by the way, Program Director, when you read white paper on local government, it assigns the promotion of the Bill of Rights to local government. It's there in black and white. And yes, as much as we often try to follow theories, my former supervisor would remember that I had this very big debate with the university back then when they tried to reject my PhD proposal. And I came across this very fine quote that theories must serve us, not imprison us. So I think in our quest to seek for innovative solutions to solve perennial and new problems, we must always remember that theories are just there to give us guidance, but we must not necessarily be bound to say, well, this, for instance, our model of, I think this was a big debate not so long time ago, was it in East London? I think I first saw you there. There was a session that was debating developmental state, and speaker after speaker kept saying, yeah, but we are not like Japan and South Korea. To what extent can we be a developmental state? I just think that theories are there, but you are allowed to modify them and move forward. And I think in chapter 1 of NDP, there's a section there that outlines the kind of capabilities that South African state needs to achieve. And my sense is that at times we speak of freedoms in a narrow sense, the fact that every 5 years we go queue, we vote, and that's it. But our founding democratic president actually underscores the importance of indivisibility of freedom in his autobiography. And those of you who might be interested in the work of Amartya Sen, I think he goes at length in terms of dealing with this concept of freedom as development, or development as freedom. My assumption is that there are practitioners and academics here, so at least we would know that where we derive the principles for cooperative governance in our public system. You go there, read chapter 3. If you are interested in local government like myself, you go to chapter 7 and then section 154 and 155, which are found under chapter 7 that is dedicated to local government, actually goes at length in terms of, in fact, it's just about like 1 or 2 sentences, but that simply says there has to be cooperation between 3 spheres of government. And precisely because if 3 spheres of government proactively work together in terms of planning, budgeting, coordination of programs, assuming other things to be equal, we should not be getting into sections 100 and 139, which constitute severe integrity in terms of constitutional integrity of the provincial sphere of government and local sphere of government. But as a result of a number of things that we know, like the previous speaker was speaking about incapacity that is there, a number of municipalities have been placed under administration, many of them repeatedly. And the complexity of IGR and its problems in our case is that it's not a new phenomenon. If you look at the Vincent Mapai report that was, I think, published 96, 98, 96, when Nelson Mandela assigned him to look at the model of governance that we could pursue, already this issue came up. And then what the report did was that it focused largely at national and provincial level and made a recommendation that perhaps there may have to be a dedicated exercise altogether that focused on local government. Around 1998, I think at the time the department was called what? Department of Local Government and Housing. I think Sidney Mufamadi was the minister at the time. There was a review report that was published around the effectiveness of IGR. And the study found that there were a number of informal factors which weaken IGR and cooperative governance, such as politics, trust, leadership, and the quality of relations between different spheres of government. And if I may add, and many a times we don't want to talk about this thing, I also think that the hierarchy within political parties also plays an important role. That all of us are pretending that local government is important. But when you look at the quality of people that are deployed to this sphere of government, in the political leadership and administration, we do the opposite. Now you'll find that there will be a mayor, even if he may be correct in policy, may not question certain things because the MEC is the member of the PC. I'm not sure about the structures of DA, how they are called. And I do think that when we speak about politics, those are some of the informal things that do play an important role. And we'll call that in 2009, the late Kalo Shiteka came into office. They did a countrywide study. And one of the findings was that IGR was dysfunctional and contributed to I think the term at the time was distress of local government. If you read a diagnostic report of the NPC in 2011, this issue came up, and 2015 is not as recent as it should be, but post-adoption of the National Development Plan, the presidency make an acknowledgement that the disconnection between the national planning function continued. Now, the conference is here, I assume, to make some to do some dipsticking as far as how far we have moved towards the 2030 vision of constructing a capable developmental state. And of course, some people have said that it is a very bizarre position we took as a country, given the fact that we must attain certain things first before we can even look at ourselves as being developmental. And some of the arguments is that there can be no development without developmental state. At least this is insofar as you focus your analysis in East Asia. But actually, if you look deeper outside East Asia, even though the language may be different, but for instance, you look at some of the interventions that countries like the US, Norway and others have done, you'll find that there are some elements of developmentalism, if you like. It's just that the concept for some matters, for some reasons of emphasis or the emphasis tends to be associated with East Asia. And then, of course, the ruling party identified 4 attributes that would constitute a developmental state. The third attribute, according to the ruling party, relates to the organizational capacity of the state to achieve the national objectives. This includes the important notions of cooperative governance and IGR. So you can see that we have moved from Chapter 3 of the Constitution. You look at Chapter 10, which deals with the principles of public service. Elements of IGR are emphasized there. So it is very clear that there is no, to sum this up, there is no single sphere of government that can succeed on its own. And I assume that this is where the notion of DDM comes from. Now, these are just but few examples of the continuing failure of IGR. The previous speaker indicated that a number of municipalities continue to be placed under administration. I myself did My master's research was based on municipalities that were placed under administration in Northwest and Free State, and a number of them had been placed under administration repeatedly. But at an informal level, you also find that national and provincial governments don't really take planning seriously. You would know that in terms of MFMA and Systems Act, a mayor has to convene what is called IDP forum, which must determine the program for the following financial year. And a number of departments would be sending very junior, disempowered people who cannot make any meaningful commitments on behalf of departments, so that whatever is agreed to, they will certainly, we already know what will be the source of funding. So a number of these projects that will be identified in IDP remains just a wish list. And then there's also a failure of oversight. I think in terms of MFMA and Systems Act, the moment the council submits IDP to Provincial Treasury and COGTA, the MEC of COGTA needs to make a comment on the credibility of the IDP and budget, including whether they agree or disagree. But you'll find that a number of councils continue to pass unfunded budgets, and Provincial Treasury and COGTA are just there approving these budgets, and then later on they come and say, where did you think you will get the money? But in terms of legislation, the MEC it's made mandatory. They must comment. And I've already spoken to this point about generalization of local government as a result of intra-political dynamics. Now, the Constitution expects us to, quote, heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We'll all remember that this has been a big debate recently. Now, the inability of the three spheres of government to work together serves as a big impediment towards pursuing this constitutional clear mandate. We continue with the skewed planning and development. Resources are wasted because all of us are contesting for turf instead of pulling together resources and maximizing the economies of the scale. As a side comment, Program Director, late 2018, I was one of those who were interviewed to be considered as members of the Municipal Demarcation Board. We came into office on the 1st of March 2019. Now, one of the questions was, how can you use demarcation to build social cohesion? I'm sure you know that when you look into Section 24 and 25 of the Act, one of the objectives of demarcation is to facilitate social cohesion. And the panel was taken aback by my very honest response that demarcation cannot resolve that question. There must be a deliberate effort driven by the executive arm of government, in other words, the three spheres of government who are in the executive, to redirect resources to underdeveloped areas. Otherwise, we'll continue to sit with the problem of all of us living Limpopo, KZN, Eastern Cape, for Cape Town, Sandton, Durban, etc., and we never go back. And these cities will continue to sit with problems of service delivery backlog because the government is unable to pull resources together to make sure that there is redistribution of resources. So a number of people continue to be excluded, and this breeds social instability. And in the absence of improved sustainable service delivery over time, this threatens the legitimacy of the state. Mistra, I think, about 5 years back, published a report on the legitimacy of the state and the possibility that, especially at local government level, we have already lost or begun, at the time we had begun to lose legitimacy. And some people have already suggested that South Africa could be a failed state. I don't think we are here as yet. Now, to conclude, I'll just, at the very high level, welcome, to speak to this very funny looking picture. And this comes from the study that my supervisor thought it was a good study, and he passed together with examiners. Now, I locate a municipality at the center of everything that happens. And I'm saying, outside the municipality, there's a whole lot of confluence of actors. Broadly government, the state, the civil society. The municipality, if you look in terms of white paper on local government and look at the 4 characteristics, one of them is to lead and coordinate. The municipality, through the mayor, through IDP engagements, must be able to coordinate all the stakeholders. And this is where the element of capacity comes in, because if you took David Mahali to be the mayor because he's able to buy everybody liquor in his street, that already questions the ability to lead, because David will not be able to engage meaningfully, in particular your industry. That is why I found that LED in a number of municipalities only exists in name, because we are unable to meaningfully engage the industry to attract and retain investment. And internally what happens is that you need this cohesion between political administration and management. A number of problematics have been reported in that area. But importantly, what I think we need to be doing, I don't think municipalities are doing enough to engage unions on development. We have reduced engagement with unions to labor forum to sort out salaries and other things. But I think that unions need to be engaged meaningfully to contribute to planning. And then what national and government departments must start to stop doing is what some of us call budget dumping. That for 9 months nothing happens towards the end of the financial year because you are afraid of national treasury. You start going into municipal spaces, overlooking and disregarding what IDP says. There's a lot of roadshow, one after another, expecting politicians and managers to be out of office just because you want to get rid of the budget so that you are not in trouble with national treasury. Thank you very much. Can I take it then? Yeah? Thank you.
I think we need to ambush Dr. Mohale a bit more. Thank you very much for those insights. I think you left us hanging there with regards to the answer of social cohesion, because we didn't know whether you got the appointment or not. Yes. Oh, it's pending. Oh, congratulations then. Thank you so much. You gave us a lot of elements to really think about, and I think one of the things that really resided with me was the points that pertains to theories are there to serve and empower us, not to imprison us. And I think looking at the state of capacity, or looking at state capacity in terms of government performance, I'm also led to kind of ponder if the majority of South African communities would state whether 10 years into the implementation of the National Development Plan, do they feel empowered, or are they feeling imprisoned by the work that all of us are congregated here to do? So it does give us a bit of thought in terms of how it is to review and to think about implementation going forward. We are also seeing the insurgence of coalition governments. I think I was really looking forward to hearing that also as part of your presentation, and the perpetuating failure within this integral arm of implementation, and dare I say the most crucial nexus of government, which would pertain to the grassroots level. I'm not too sure if Dr. Benham Mhlongo is here to assist us with the next presentation. Okay, all right. If not, then I would like to open up for, I think, much anticipated Q&A session. So if I can be assisted with maybe just hands, some reflections. Okay, if I can get microphones here, please. 1 and 2.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Izimalachi from the NSG. My question is for Dr. Halima. I would like to know, seeing the high number of amakosi that you have in the province, what are you doing to capacitate amakosi in terms of effectively leading and developing the communities that they represent? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nozipho Zambuko from the Department of Science and Innovation. I think my questions are going to be very generic, but hopefully you'll be able to respond. Since we arrived, we've been talking state capacity, which I currently call government capacity, looking at who's here, towards the social development or delivery of services. I haven't heard us talking much about economic development. In other words, capacitating the state towards economic development. And that's our biggest problem right now, that actually is hindering us from even delivering the services properly. So I wonder whether we could balance these two to ensure that at a national level, provincial level, and municipal level, we talk economic development and we talk the capacitating the states towards that. If you look at the structure of the departments right now, I'm sure you have 90% of social delivery and maybe 1% of economic development departments. And I think structurally we might need to look at that. I wanted to also, second point, to challenge the academia. Because I know most of the time academia don't get assessed because they assess us. So here's my reflection to the academia. I don't know, currently, what were your projections 20 years ago? Did you know that if we do 1, 2, 3, we'll find ourselves here? And if you did that, I want to challenge people to pull up those papers and books and say to us, we told you so. Because that is your role. We should have known by now that 20 years ago, had we done 1, 2, 3, we're going to find ourselves here. We are here now. And somewhere, somehow, we are not the only country who has ever found themselves here. Other countries were able to pull through, other countries went down. Now, what my interest is to the academia is for them to come again and tell us, what are the case studies out there? What countries found themselves here, and what did they do to pull through? What countries found themselves here and they didn't do something and they were not able to go through? So I just wanted to challenge you so that you are practical in interacting with us. I hear a lot of your papers are still diagnosing problems. They are still telling us what is not working. But what? Where do we go? Because we're looking up to you now to be able to provide the solutions to us as government. Thank you.
I'll ask for Dr. Mkhize to please take the question on the state of capacitating, on the question on capacitating the state pertaining to economic development, and then Dr. Mohale on the academia. I think for now, I'm just going to take those two, and then I'll open up for a next round. Dr. Kunute, if you can go first.
Thank you so much to the inputs. With regards to Amakosi, we have taken a position that we are going to do the same. In fact, we already we have audited them in terms of their capacity, and we also believe that the strategy that we have developed will assist. And the rationale behind capacitating Amakosi is that Amakosi are in their leadership position for a longer term, on average 50 years. So an investment in Amakosi is definitely a logical solution for government so that they can assist. And in terms of the already existing program, the Section 81 Amakosi sit in council, so they benefit from all the trainings that we undertake. But with regards to a plan in capacitating them specifically, we've already started this year already. Most of Amakosi have undertaken the training on computer skills and leadership programs. But largely, we get them to tell us as their clients, as they are our clients, on where the areas of their need are. So we've done an assessment, and we are actually undertaking those those trainings. I also want to contribute on the question on the research. I seem to differ slightly in the sense that we as government also we have academics amongst us, and we more than anyone know some of the solutions to our problems because we undergo the practicality. So in us having to balance this, we need to step up and as we are doing, and come up with internal mechanisms and of the work that we do and find solutions. We can't want to get solutions from outside ourselves, because we live our work, we know where the gaps are, and we just have to apply and work together with academia. And some of us are balanced. We are in academic and in government. So the solution is even much more clearer, not further than where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to allow Dr. Mkhize, if maybe you can respond to the point pertaining to economic development. There's just a mic there next to you.
When we talk of the capacity of the state, the challenge that we are facing, first of all, is that we are unable to differentiate between capacity and capability, which are two different things, because we do have warm bodies. When we look at capacity in terms of numbers, but we are not sure whether there is capability within those warm bodies. So that's where we need to start as the state when we are talking about capacity of the state. Because in the first instance, before getting to a phase where we will look at economic development, the capacity of the state to develop the economy, we first have to look at the capacity of the state to deliver services to the people. And I'm sure, because most of the people that are in this room are managers in their own right. They are SMS members. I'm not sure how many of us can account for each and every warm body that is there in a department or a municipality. Your 8 to 4 people, your colleagues that will come in the morning, look at the emails, check the newspapers, tea time, and after that, check the weather. How is it going to be in the next days?
System is offline.
And the system is offline because of CETA. And then at 3:45, I'm cleaning my desk and taking my bag, and it's happening for the whole week, for the whole month, for the whole year. But then coming to the, and there are efforts that are being made by government in general. The whole issue of the skills audit, whether it's at a municipality level or at a provincial level. We've done the skills audit at a provincial level. We've done all the SMS members, DG Yoli, in KwaZulu-Natal. We know the skills base that we have, and we have realized in areas where there are skills mismatch, where a person is doing a job, was appointed in a job where he or she does not have skills. And there are recommendations. If those recommendations were to be implemented as they are after that skills audit, will go far in building the capacity of the state. When it comes to the whole issue of economic development, we all agree that we are not yet there. We are working with the principal, the National School of Government. We also have our own KZN Public Service Training Academy, and we've already signed an MOA with the National School of Government so that we work together. But Moses Kotane Institute has done research on jobs for the future. Jobs for the future, but also what we have done, auditing the skills that we have as a province that are relevant to the market, so that we are able to build the economy of the province. Because it does not necessarily mean, if we are building the capacity of the state, we must build the capacity of the state even for those that are still to enter the state, so that when they come to the state, into the state, employee of the state, they are ready with those skills that are most required. Find or structured or corner la we are corner. If all the efforts that are being made combined, we could formalize them, working with Moses Kotane, working with COCTA, working with all the relevant people and the academics. I'm sure we will deal with the capacity of the state towards economic development. But we are still struggling with capacity of the state to ensure service delivery. We all celebrate clean audits. But a clean audit, does it mean that services were delivered? Does it mean there is an impact to the people where services are being delivered to? I'm not sure about that. We are still at that level, but we are not ignoring the whole issue of capacity of the state towards economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to allow Dr. Mohale, and then we'll have a question there in the back, and here, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief. Look, there's been a number of scenarios, for instance, published in this country over the years, which would have at least given some ideas of where the country may be, what a number of key driving forces were identified. I think not so long time ago, I think MISTRA published or facilitated the process of their own scenarios. So it is not, I think problem one, or challenge, the first challenge, is not that information is not there. You do know, for instance, that you could appoint probably the best advisor in the office of the mayor, the premier, the president. The question is, advice remains an advice, right? Number two, and I've seen a couple of senior academics here, I was in Cape Town 3 weeks back, if not 4, and I was with one of the senior professors at the university. And he said something which I think we take for granted, but I linked that up with the comment that Prof. at the back made when we were in London about a month ago. I think accessibility of research results that is done by master's, PhD students is a big issue. I think universities need to enter into the space of open access, because every year we celebrate. But the question, and I experienced this challenge when I was doing my own master's. You want to read about what you think you are doing, and because at the time I was working for a municipality, it was such a mission for me to have access to relevant information. Now, you would imagine if you are working for any state entity, you want access to relevant research, and then obviously our colleagues sometimes have to pay something for these journals to publish, and then for anybody to access these journals, they also have to pay something. I don't think that the question of access is very important. And then I think my very brief comment on capacitating the state for economic development. If dreams were to become true and then I would become president next week, the first thing I would do is to significantly reduce the number of DFIs we have in this country. There's competition between development finance institutions, let alone the competition within the economic cluster. I happen to be part of one economic entity in the Free State. There is just no coordination between us, between what the Department of Mastella does, between what your district development agencies do, etc. Because everybody at the end of the day must account on no, we have that 1, 2, 3, 4. Now people worry, and I don't think that unintentionally this institutionalized silo approach. And then you find that every department there has got some just little pockets. You are competing to fund small businesses that do not even make impact. And what some of these people do, that they go to entity A, they get funding, they move to entity B, they get funding, they move to entity 3, they get funding for the same project, because our systems do not even talk to each other. And I believe that if we could reduce the number of entities we have, that could be one of the simplistic ways of starting to build capacity to make sure that economic development projects are well coordinated.
Thank you very much. We'll take a question there, and then here at the front.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. Chair, I want to go back to the issue of coalition governments that you did touch on. I'd like our esteemed speaker on IGR to comment on the morality of coalition governments in relation to the choice of the electorate. And secondly, there is a contention out there that coalition governments are a recipe for disaster. And some people strongly state that the scenario that we get in our municipalities and provinces as such will ultimately lead to the demise of our beloved country. That's a recipe for chaos. I'd like your comment on that, sir.
There's a mic down here, DG. If you can just send it.
Oh. Thank you. I think I have 2 questions. One is just, I think for me, maybe it's not a question, it's a comment. It's also just, whilst there's a problem, Doc, of maybe national and provincial government burdening municipalities with dumping, as you are saying, I think though that challenge, Treasury tries to address it a lot. But the one issue for me is, how do municipalities prioritize? I'll tell you a short story. So for the HOD Kayedu outreach, I went to a municipality. I went to Capricorn district as part of DDM, because my deputy minister is deployed at DDM, in Capricorn for DDM. And we visited a sewage plant. They have another name for it, I forgot it, but basically it's processing sewage. In Libuachom. This sewage is a 7 megaliter capacity sewage. The community has expanded so much within the district that now it's operating at 15 megaliter capacity, but the infrastructure has not been expanded. There's been no upgrade in any sort, so they are just keep on feeding the system because the community is expanding. As a result, the sewage plant is not performing optimally. So what comes out of the sewage plant into the river is basically sewage that is not treated. Now we ask, what are the plans of the municipality? You've had this problem for a while, but what have you done about it as municipality? Because you have a little bit of a budget that can help you to do something. We discover the technical people who are supposed to be dealing with water treatment, and they are eroded. There's literally very few people who are supposed to do that work. And in the plans of the municipality, they still have a little bit of budget, but that budget is prioritizing every other things that to me are not even that impactful, but leaving out the issue of sewage. They've been waiting for funding from National Department for like 3 years or whatever the number of years, but the sewage challenge is getting worse and worse every day. And so for me, the issue is, even though we have the IDPs, how municipalities plan is an issue that requires attention. And that interface with national and provincial government is also equally important, but it also starts with the capacity in municipalities, the technical capacity to think about the future and to plan for the future, and how you allocate budgets. So you don't take a budget into a festival, no matter how small that budget of a festival is, but we can live with festivals, but we can't live without proper water treatment, because downstream it has other challenges it will bring to us. The last comment I want to make is to Dr. Halima. So I've worked in the public service all my life, and I start asking myself questions. And this is not a local government question, but it's a capacity building question generally. Do we ever reach a point where we just have to make peace with the fact that there are certain people who cannot be capacitated and we are stuck with them in the system? At what stage do we reach that point so that we don't keep on throwing money to the problem? So it might be that we can't get rid of them because the system of government does not, it makes it difficult for you to get rid of anybody. But that budget that you keep on allocating to these people to do capacity building, you could rechannel it to other people. You can just wait for them until they retire. Because it's like, I want to make an example about my department. So my department is mainly a policy department. Now you have people who are older, almost close to retirement, who are clueless about policy work. And I mean, policy development is a science. You know, you don't just get a person who's an events manager and say do policy work. They have to be trained. But if people are interested in training, they will learn something and they can develop over time. And I mean, the interface between policy work and research, because research is also a technical skill that you have to learn over time. Now you have people who have these roles, who are expected to these roles, but poor people, they truly don't have capability. And do you take your limited resources to invest on these people and try very hard to flog them to be able to do this work, even if they are not willing, because there's also change and attitude issues around learning? Or do you just cut your losses sometime and say, you know what, I'm cutting my losses, I'm not putting resources here, I'm not putting anything because it's not going to assist me? And the context to this question is in relation to the work you are doing with the councillors. Have you ever experienced this? And you people who are experts of capacity building, I keep on asking this question myself. Some people, I think we just need to give up on them and wait for them until they exit the system.
All right. I know I'm standing between your stomachs and a bit of a break, but I'm just going to ask for grace for 2 more questions. So I'll take one here, and then the last one. So if you can help me, sis. The last question there at the back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sondeze 14.
My question is to Halim.
Is she audible? Yeah.
Okay. Halima and the academia, not him specifically, but he stands for the academia. Yeah, I think not for recording. I think for recording purposes. I know local government is responsible for, like Salga, COGTA is responsible for local government. However, that is internal or inward looking. So I'm asking you a question in terms of outward looking, because for local government to function, you need a community that also understands local government, the functioning of the local government. For example, when they publish their IDPs, whatever, the community needs to say, this is not going to work. Our problem is 1, 2, 3, 4. The communities need to know who's their councillor. The communities need to know who to call. But also the communities are the ones that vote them in, voting someone who doesn't even have a grade 12. If they understood the functioning of the municipality, what is required and all those things, I think the communities also, when they nominate, they'll say, we think this one will not qualify because of 1, 2, 3, 4. So what role is a COGTA playing? And I know you'd say IEC in terms of public education, but I want COGTA to say something about it. But for academia, because people are starting to say South Africa is a failed state, or say all those things because of unemployment and other challenges. But the issue of unemployment is not just the issue of university, it's also because some of the people that are unemployed are people with qualifications, masters or whatever, and all those things. And the industry says they do not have the required skills. But secondly, there are young people, and I've asked that question also to DSI and DTIC. We have the Black Industrialist Fund, which most young black people do not benefit from, and not just young black people don't benefit from, because the requirement is that you must produce a prototype. You might have a good idea, but in order for them to fund you, you need to produce a prototype. What is the role of academia in terms of ensuring that young people, whether they have degrees or not, who have an innovative idea, that they are assisted to produce the prototype to be able to get the Black Industrialist Fund? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's great. Last question there at the back.
Thanks, Program Director. I'll be brief. I'll make a comment in the interest of time and advance a hypothesis for reflection. I gather Dr. Mohale doesn't like theory anymore after spending 5 years theorizing. But I think I think we must be a little bit more rigorous when we talk about state capacity, and that's what informs the hypothesis that I'm advancing. The teachers alluded to this. It may very well be that the main constraint at local government level is the lack of certain skills. So a particular skill set that is necessary at a local level, which may be very different from the skill set that you need at a national level. That's the hypothesis. My sense that, because when you talk about state capacity, you're talking about policies, you're talking about systems, you're talking about human capital, which includes the skills, you're talking about organization of government, you're talking about a whole range of things, which I'm going to talk about when I talk this afternoon. So I think the issue at a local government is somehow different than perhaps at national and provincial government. And that maybe we do need to be a little bit more thorough in addressing it. I think your closing slide, Dr. Mohale, seems to suggest that it may fundamentally be a challenge of coordination than the challenge of state capacity at local level. Thanks.
I'm going to please allow for Dr. Mohale to take that question in conjunction with the question of coalition governments, if you'll allow me. 45 seconds.
I'm being asked difficult questions and my age is still very low. Look, with regard to the first question on coalitions, when I started observing what's happening, my mind ran very quickly to 2014. I think, I'm not sure how many of you remember when the Parliament adopted the National Development Plan and all the leaders were celebrating it as a document that will bring together South Africa. And I thought, it could be that at that point we misled ourselves. I don't think, if you look at the extent to which divisions on a daily, weekly basis continue to deepen in this country along racial lines and a whole lot of other categories, I think that we do not yet have a single binding developmental issue in this country around which everybody could be mobilized. This is my personal take. I've not done a study on that, but that's my assumption. And I will say that perhaps what we could consider in fear that this may escalate to national level, it could be that part of policy tweaking may have to consider the system called first past the post. That, for instance, in all honesty, for DA to be claiming to be leading metros, when in terms of the actual number of votes it came second, is disingenuous. So I do think that if we say first past the post, then you have a chance to lead for 5 years, and then if people are not happy after 5 years, we're out. The current system that we're using to try to accommodate PR, I think is a cause for problems, and it needs to be reviewed. I agree with the sentiments by DG and Prof. Gumede. Look, part of the problem at local government is that sometimes we've got the skill, but the skill is misplaced, right? Sometimes we don't have the skill, sometimes we've got the skill because it's misplaced. Actually, one of the things I recommend in my study, and I think Prof. Gumede may remember this, I actually question the role, the influence, and the impact of councillors. Recently, that day David Masondo said 80% of the problems in local government are caused by politicians. I'm not sure about that. But I think that we do not need as many councillors as currently provided for by Municipal Structures Act in line with municipal demarcation processes. Without boasting, to respond to the question of what can be done for young people, I come from DUT. I'm not sure who's from Department of Higher Education here. Last year, the department actually adopted the DUT model with regard to entrepreneurship and innovation as the system and approach that will be used across the entire sector in the country, because we seem to be doing something right. So it's a small start, but there's something that we are doing at DUT, and other universities are coming to us to learn that model. Part of what we are trying to introduce with regard to our own curriculum is to be deliberate about problem-based learning and design thinking, because I do think that has always been the disconnection between what professors think and what capitals of industry expect. Over time, we are hoping that we could actually get to a point where the design of the curriculum is done collaboratively by academics and industry people, so that you don't just produce people because you want more funding from the department, but you are actually dumping these people into unemployment. Thank you very much.
Perfect. And then Dr. Kunute, if maybe you can just touch on the point about individuals that we're stuck with, that have no capacity, and probably also just speak to youth, women, and persons of disabilities, as per your presentation. And then lastly, the point pertaining to the educated electorate when it comes to IDPs.
Thanks. With regards to the performance of the councillors, and just in terms of them having an understanding in the space, or the public, for me, it's clear that public participation is a key component that is enforced within government. I think as oversight, there has been a regulation that is passed with regards to those councillors who do not play this role in their respective areas, so that municipalities can be aware of the programs. But also the capacity for the councillors, I think it's something that is well known out there in terms of actually the public being aware of the councillors' capabilities. I think some of the policies that are to be adopted in the forthcoming conference will speak to these areas, as one has penciled the fact that there must be a minimum requirement for councillors. And we are happy to also realize that this is taken seriously by the ruling party, and hopefully it would be implemented. And I think for me, DG, with regards to people who do not have the capability, I think the DG was very clear in terms of the two components of capability and capacity. In regards to the laws that we are championing as a country, it's clear that government has been quite lenient in terms of its approach. You get into a position because you have certain capacities, but we should be looking at how does that problem get created, because there's an HRD and HRM unit that allows for recruitment of such individuals. So for me, if we need to actually deal with the problem, we need to deal with the root cause of the problem. Yes, the people would be in the positions that they are in, and yes, the strategy would be, if you know you are flaunting a dead horse, then clearly as managers who are also understanding the cohort of the people that they are leading, you must have a strategy towards trying to at least utilize that person, because for me, no one's really useless. There's a lot of areas in government that people can be assigned to do work, because government work is just ongoing, and the DG did say that others are not even monitored. So the monitoring and evaluation as key components, and the HRM as leaders and custodians of the systems that must be in place need to really be looked at, and there must be an enforcement. We can't, be governing a laissez-faire attitude within the institution. We say there are theories of change management. Change needs to happen, and we need to see it. And I've seen that if you implement change as a manager, you become most unpopular. But are we here for popularity contests? I don't know. I want to go to sleep and know that I've done my best, and whoever wants to say whatever can say it, but as long as I've been able to make a difference in what I do, and that is the ethos that we should be creating within the government public sector in terms of people that come in. There needs to be a regulation of those that come into the sphere, like there is with the doctors, like there is with the nurses, because I seem to want to think in some instances, kuba last resort yomuntu. If they failed in all other careers, they come to local government, because what's so push my pep. So kufanele si regulate ukuthi before you come here, we can't be teaching, okay, we are, but we can't be teaching aspects of ethics. Kumuntu ona 20 years in the institution, batupile. Ngena ibatupile already usuyazi. So those must be, we need to change how if you want our government to be what it is, change the strategy, put in imperatives, because we can. We must, and I remember we were saying ready to govern at some point as a country. Were we really ready to govern? Because we need to make the difficult decisions, and in order to see the change. Otherwise, talk shops, I think we get frustrated, some of us, because you want to leave a dent in what you are doing, and when you try too hard, people they don't understand. But at the end of the day, you say, as long as I've made a change and it's tangible, you can go to bed happy.
Thank you. I thought at the end you were about to say Tumamina. But I'll allow the DG to please just give us closing remarks.
Thank you. I just want to come into defense for some of the colleagues, because it might not be of their own making. Let's use one example. If there are elections and a new political principal is coming into office, and then the staff is changed. And you are told as a DG or whoever, or a HOD or whoever, that you must absorb the staff in the department, irrespective of the skills that or qualifications that those people have. You must remember that they were political appointments. So we are hoping that the professionalization of the public service will assist us in those areas. I felt I needed to say this because some of the colleagues who are put in posts, ukuthi mufakeni noma ikuphi la ku vacant khona, as long as engaphelelwanga umsebenzi, ayithole selapho kufanele ukuthi aperforme kodwa thina sithi akaperformi kanti vele into angayazi. So I felt I needed to raise that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. And we're going to have some gifts for our speakers. And I just want to thank you all for allowing me to have steered this morning's conversation. Thank you.
Colleagues, so just one announcement. There are presentations that are due. Colleagues. Yes, so there are presentations that are due, and I know that for some it's supposed to be a tea break, but for those who are presenting, could you please kindly rush to the rooms that you're presenting in so that we can fast track time and finish by lunchtime. Thank you so much. Lunchtime is very soon, 1 o'clock. Presentations are 10 minutes. If that, okay, sure. If that. Colleagues, this is the honorable room. No, it's fine. We will have.
Sorry?
You've tried? Okay.
Are we starting now?
Colleagues, so we are about to start with the first presentation. Okay, colleagues, we are starting with the first presentation. And as the chair of this session, I'm commanding everyone. Colleagues, so we're about to start with the first session for Breakaway Room 1. And the presentation is on the necessity of the district development model in South Africa, and it is presented by my esteemed colleague, Dr. Kombi Sausi from the HSRC, with other two colleagues, Nyawo Kumete and Professor Barwa Kanyane from the University of Venda. Doc, you may have the platform. Yeah. No, get attention. I'm going to do now.
Good morning, colleagues. Hope you're doing well. And on the last day, I can see everyone is gone. It looks like. This presentation is on the necessity of the district development model, which is the new policy that the government is spearheading in terms of how do we move forward to address the issues of access to services in in South Africa. So the idea is just this idea emanates from us trying to do a sentences analysis of the district development model. But at the moment, we just finished a project where we looked at the 3 pilots where the district development model is being implemented. And from there, before we could disseminate the finding of the study, we thought that maybe a platform like this, we can discuss some of the necessity. Why do we really need another policy once this country already has a lot of policies? Why do we need something else to really address some of these issues? So I think, as we may all recall, that in the State of the Nation in 2019, the President indicated that there is a pattern of operating silos within government departments, and there was a need to really create coherence among these departments so that planning can speak to all the 3 spheres of government. But the main thing about the district development model is to ensure that we have one plan, one budget for each of the 44 districts and the 8 metros that we have. So planning for the 52 spaces has to start at the top, whereby the national government, provincial and local government, they all speak together to really plan and zoom in into one space, so that the understanding of when you're planning for a specific space, there is a clear synergy as to what plan you're doing there. And I think also, if you look at if you look at profiling different districts and then you try to zoom into the district, you'll find that different departments are within several districts, but you might find the Department of Education doing exactly the same thing that another department is doing in one district. So how do we really stop this sort of this mode of operating, so that all the department, if there is a particular department says doing something in a specific district, all the other departments should know, so that there is no duplication. And these should also speak to the annual, to the APPs, that the planning and in terms of how you monitor that performance, it should be aligned. So for that reason, there was a need to have a more efficient approach to have all these 3 spheres of government to work together on a common strategic alignment platform. So if there is a big idea, how do we work on these ideas together to ensure that all the 3 spheres of government are really aligned? But what does this bring then? It brings us back to how to strengthening the intergovernmental relations, because it is there, but it hasn't really been strengthened because there is no policy that is guiding us in terms of making sure that that we work together. So when we say necessity of having the district development model, this brings us to the point where we say that the DDM has the potential to break the complex system of governance that currently exists in South Africa and bring about effective intergovernmental relations to driving change. So I think if the model is implemented properly, there is a chance that we can start looking at finding change, and it can spearhead change in terms of how intergovernmental relations are really applied. But again, when we go back to the IGR Framework Act in 2005, you will notice that the key to that was that the IGR should address should redress poverty, underdevelopment, marginalization of people and communities, and other legacies of apartheid, which I think, if you look at the 20-year review of democracy, this hasn't really been addressed to the level that it should be. So the review itself, just of the current government, the new dispensation shows us that there's still a lot that needs to be done. So how is this DDM being implemented? I think if you look at the three, we'll have to set up systems that really will allow the three spheres of government to work together. Then on that, we also have then the issue of governance and monitoring and evaluation. So it is a long-term plan where from 2024 and beyond, we need to have all the 44 districts implementing their one plan already and making sure that they start doing the monitoring and evaluation of that. The next thing is then now we talk about the theory of change for capable, ethical, and developmental state. I think that then there are three things that I think the DDM we need to highlight. It's good governance, strong economy, and quality space and spatial integration. I think the last one is still one thing that I'm going to dwell on a little bit later in the presentation because it is something that we need to address. And when we look at good governance, active citizenry is something that was also mentioned, highlighted yesterday. There is an issue that we need to really make sure that we engage citizens, which I think at this stage we still need to do a lot of consultation, especially when it comes to the DDM. And we need to address the issue of ethical and visionary leadership. So for us to implement the DDM, we need a very good visionary leadership, and it has to be ethical. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we bring in businesses to work with us so that we can the DDM can be implemented properly. But in addition to that, then when we look at the outcomes, so what are some of the outcomes that we are expected from the district development model? So it is to improve state and local government performance, which I think it's very key that local government performance is improved because it is the closest sphere of government, is the sphere of government that is closest to the people, and that's the sphere of government that communities really look up to make sure they get access to basic services. So again, we need to improve cooperative governance. That is very, very important, and then district metro impact-oriented planning, budgeting, and implementation. So we need to really make sure that in the planning, the budgeting, and the implementation, there is some level of coherence. But I think then the question will be, yes, the DDM is being implemented in South Africa. Where else has it been tested, this sort of model? Where else has it been tested and see it working? In India has, back in the 60s, started working on the district development model. And the main thing I think was to rationalize all available resources so that when planning is being done, there is some level of rationalization. The second thing was to make sure that local competencies and knowledge is put together. Because I remember yesterday in the presentation from Prof. Fikeni was to say that how do you bring bricks in a community without telling them that you are building a clinic? And then when the community chases you, you say that the community didn't allow you to build a clinic. Consultation becomes very, very important in some of these things. And with the Indian approach is that the whole of government approach. So everyone needs to be involved at all levels to make sure that you bring about change. Then if we bring it closer to home, I think, South Africa has a tendency of adopting policies from elsewhere, but how do we really tailor-make these policies that they really work in our space? So the DDM the idea emanates from the Ethiopian agricultural-led model. So that the way they saw it working, that's why the South African government also thought that they might need to really see how the approach that the Ethiopian took, how can we really implement it here? But other than that, then you look at places like Ghana that also where the sort of approach has really been working very well. planning from the district level and involving all spheres of government and different anchor departments to make sure that there is good planning, there is coherence in planning, has yielded some positive change in terms of improving the people's lives. The other place that really has also worked very well, where they even go to the to the village level, is Uganda. Uganda also has the same model where they bring people to the voice of the people right to the village to make sure that it is heard, because I think that is the other thing that has been an issue. There are consultation in terms of IDPs, but what is it that communities complain about? Community mostly complain that what they said during consultation, during the it does not really reflect, it's not reflective in the final document that are developed as IDPs. So that becomes a very big problem. But then if we bring it closer to home, we can look at how already in Durban, how the idea is starting to work. If we take, for instance, Konobia, the entire Konobia precinct and that development, if you look at that, you'll realize that different departments work together to make sure that there is a good synergy in planning and implementing some of those services. If you look at the human settlement, it has to make sure there is a commitment for housing. Education had to make sure that they provide schools for those communities. Moving towards the end, then the main thing is how to address the spatial inequalities and integration, because I think that's still a really big problem. If you go towards, I was making a joke the other day, telling someone yesterday that some people in Mount Edgecombe, they stay in Kwamashu, they can say that they are from Kwamashu. You can go on a Mount Edgecombe fence and ask for salt from someone in Kwamashu and share it. But if you look at the level, how the community in Kwamashu versus the community, the person staying in Mount Edgecombe, very far apart. And those are some of the things that we need to really address, and to feel that I think DDM, we should be able to really address those. I think the country we still have the apartheid architecture that really need to be dismantled, whereby I think the attitude is that if you go to a suburb and say that you'll build low-cost housing, and a lot of people, the first reaction will be you devaluing the properties. But the reality is, people living in these days, they are still sort of marginalized. People still need to drive from Umlazi to town, where you spend a daily you're spending more than 100 rand just on transportation. So just to conclude, there is a need to rationalize the role and responsibilities between the three spheres of government and the provinces. Specifically, if you look at, you go to metros or municipalities, there's still a huge struggle between the plans, how provinces are planning and municipalities. Again, it's too early to assume that DDM will lead or is an enabler of a developmental state. When we review previous policies and you start realizing why they fail, it is mostly party politics, governance, and is key to poor implementation and change. Political interface, I think that we can't stress that enough. And then the role, and we need to have clearly defined roles for that to really work. Currently, it's being piloted in Tekwini, Waterberg, and OR Tambo. But again, the fear is the very same people that implemented some of the failed policies are the very same people that are implementing the DDM. So the attitude is still the same, and we need to find out how we will address such issues like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sausi, for that particular presentation. And you've said quite a mouthful, and I know that we are beginning to see a lot of literature emerging on key issues that are related to the DDM, and particularly how it can also be linked to the idea of creating a capable local state. As you've touched on, that the issue now at this current moment, there is no evidence that it has the kind of impact that we need, and we hopefully see within the next upcoming years as to whether we'll have sufficient impacts from the DDM. And for the next speaker, if you may prepare, I don't know if Pogisho Hosinyan is around. There we go. Yes, you may be ready. Are there any questions for Doc here in terms of his presentation? Okay, we have one question there. Do you have a mic? Okay.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I would like to check what could be your take with regard to spatial inequalities, as you have indicated. I'm from the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. We know that one of the highest risks in our development in South Africa at the present moment is the highest rate of crime that we are experiencing. Since 1994, we have noticed that the location of the police stations is not that much ideal to serve the interest of the majority within the state. Their location are still reflecting the old dispensation. Nothing has been done about the location of the police stations to go to the majority of the people where else crime is a threat. And we have also realized that local municipalities do not play that leading role as the closest government to ensure that people live in a safe and healthy environment. They think that the issue of safety in their areas is the responsibility of the police, where else in terms of the Section 152 of the Constitution, they should be doing that. So without that safety, which should be guaranteed by local municipality, there could be no effective implementation of this DDM model. With the highest crime rate that we are experiencing, it cannot be realized. To quote one example, for instance, according to the recent stats, we are told that we have more than 4 million illegal or undocumented immigrants from Zimbabwe. And these are the very same people who are competing for services that are limited in terms of supply by the state, including the budget cuts. So I would like to share what your take could be regarding that in the implementation of DDM. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, if we may be brief in terms of our questions, thank you, or comments.
Hi there, my name is Ruth Capon. I'm from Office of the Premier in the Western Cape. I'm interested in some of the early successes that you might have identified within the DDM model, particularly in the pilot sites that you mentioned within KZN. What are some things that are showing promise, and what are some solutions? I think we've heard a lot about problems, and I'm interested to hear about what some of the promising solutions are. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being brief. And then one last question.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ganyaz Msimango from NPC. Mine will be quick and short. How many years do you think a system should be in place in order for it to be effective? Because I'm asking that in relations to how do we think a DDM should be in place? How many years do you think should be in place for it to be effective? Because we might face a situation whereby in 2024 we'll be told, after 2024 we'll be told of another policy or for another model. So if you can highlight me on that one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Sausi, you have the platform. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you for the questions. I think I'll start with the first one. Yes, I think the reality is we need to change attitude for us to be able to meet spatial equality, to address the spatial inequality, because I can just ask a simple question in a room and say that, not to say that if I'm observing, I'm sure most people in this room, they stay in suburban areas. How many of you will accept that a low-cost house development comes closer to you? That I think that's the first question that we need to ask ourselves, because when we, as you say, that if you drive around some of these affluent areas, you just see how people are locked themselves in their complexes and all that. Yes, there is a fear of crime, but again, there is still that attitude that the moment you're in that comfort and you are close into that space itself, it really becomes very difficult for you to understand the reality that is out there and accept that, no, if there is a development of low-cost housing around me, and that if it is a development that is well guided by the municipality, by all the three spheres of government, all the services are there, there is policing, there is all that, why shouldn't that development happen closer to where people go to work? And then when that fails, then you have all these mushroomings of informal settlements around where there's no control, and you happen to have some high level of crime in some of these informal settlements. So I think attitude also start, before we even look at government implementing some of these policies, us as people also need to look at our attitude towards acceptance of things like that. So that for me, it becomes very, very critical. And if we don't, then it is really hard for us to move. I fully agree with you. We still have the apartheid architecture. There's a simple example. If you look in Hillcrest, for instance, the main police station in Hillcrest is the Hillcrest police station. People in Molweni, people in KwaZulu-Natal, people in all the entire areas, they rely on that police station. There was a satellite police station in Molweni, which closed. So if someone is stabbed in KwaZulu-Natal or in Molweni, it is 15 kilometers away. That's the nearest police station is 15 kilometers away. It does not make sense. And how the visibility of police in those areas is very, very minimal. All of them are concentrated within the Hillcrest Central. So those are some of the things that I think the model need to address, and hence bringing all the departments together to address that becomes very important. Right, the second question is some of the early successes. I think, yes, I understand we always talk about negative things, but I think that there are a lot of things that you want to start seeing that are very, very, might become as successful issues, because I think the DDM came as a self-introspection approach, because now this is government, so the ruling party looking at itself and said, I know, what is it that we done? How far are we and how are we moving forward from here? And that itself, having that sort of self-introspection, has made it come to the realization that no, we've been working in silos, but how can we make sure that if, I'll go back to an example, if you're in Durban, you look at a provincial road versus a municipal road. A provincial road might not have lighting, but then if you go to a municipality, an ordinary person will think that it's within the municipality boundaries. But an ordinary person will say that why aren't the street lights on? And then the municipality will tell you that no, this is under it's a mandate jurisdiction of the provincial government. So things like that, I think we're starting to see them changing and starting to see how the collaboration is working. And I think Gonobia is a perfect example of that, where you see low-cost housing within a very big development where there's a business park, a business park around it, and everything is working seamlessly because it is partnership between the business, government, and all of them together, and bring all these interdepartmental corporations to make sure that the development works. And I think that for me, those are some of the early successes. But again, that we cannot really put those early successes and saying that no, that's then to make it work. And we still need to look at some of the issues. So the last question was that how many years? I think we need to understand that change takes time. I think that's the problem with change. Change does not, it's not overnight. I think the initial plan is 4 years. Then from there, it is a long-term planning approach where the models to work to be start seeing effective within around 25 years. That's how the planning is not really short-term planning. But then there is that fear that in this country every administration comes with an idea. Hence, from the findings of our study, one of the recommendations is DDM need to be legislated, because some of the opposition government already, some districts that are run by opposition government, they've said that they're not going to implement the DDM. So then they are not compelled to do that because it's not legislated. So that's the fear. And the fear becomes that now within the next 5 years, when they have a new administration, it might not be implementable again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I have a round of applause for Dr. Sausi? And colleagues, the next presentation is by Pogisho Khosinyane, and he does not have his slides because his USB was eaten by a dog, but luckily he managed to salvage the papers. So you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. My USB just decided to run away. But also another disclaimer, I would like to state that this presentation is part of my PhD study, which is at the earlier stage of data collection. Therefore, there are no findings, so it will be mostly theory-driven, and it will pose more questions than provide any answers. So the title of my study is The Complexity of a Decentralized Governance System and Perspective from the District Development Model. I think a lot of what I'm going to cover has already been covered previous presentations. But I would like to start by saying that, quoting from John Gall's classic books on systematics, when he said that all systems are infinitely complex, and as they evolve, they tend to oppose their own original goals. In sticking with the theme of this conference on the chapter 13 of the NDP, Building a Capable State, it talks about improved relations among the three spheres of government through a more proactive approach to managing the IGR system, a use of differentiated or asymmetrical approach to ensure a better fit between the capacity and responsibility of provinces and municipalities, adopt a less hierarchical approach to coordination so that routine issues can be dealt with on a day-to-day basis. I would like to start my presentation by just giving a brief overview of multi-level systems of government, such as we have in South Africa, and try to highlight the complexities of such systems. Multi-level systems of government have become, one of the most debated policy reforms in the world that have seen a gradual transformation of institutional hierarchies, which led to state hierarchies becoming more, evolving into more complex multi-level systems of government, such as federalism and decentralization. As a result of this evolvement, the intergovernmental relations have themselves become more complex. It was the US political scientist Rika who said that federalism and by extension decentralization are broadly embedded in democratic institutions. He viewed federalism and therefore decentralization as a subclass of democratic institutions. That's why when you talk about decentralization to the local government, we associate with deepening democracy because at the local government, that's where really the communities are. So the focus of this paper is on the highly contested issue of decentralized governance in South Africa, with a particular focus on the district development model. So the first part will just try to set the DDM within the broader theoretical context of federalism, decentralization, governance, and intergovernmental relations. Because there are considerable literature observed that decentralization and IGR systems are complex and are a much source of conflict in most cases. Let me briefly also just, I will not dwell too much into the theories or literature review because of time constraints, but I would like to just clarify a few concepts being federalism and decentralization. These two concepts, federalism and decentralization, are conceptually distinct from each other. The main difference is that in a federal system, the existence of the constituent units and their autonomous powers are constitutionally entrenched, which means that they are guaranteed by a foundational law of a country such as the Constitution, which means that it cannot be revoked or taken back by the central government through ordinary legislation. A constitution has to be changed. While on the other hand, decentralization is an act of the center as it devolves some of its powers to the subnational levels of government, which means it can be taken back. But there is no consensus in academic literature on the deemed benefits of decentralization. In Africa, the African experience of federalism and decentralization were driven mostly by political settlements and ethnic considerations. And some of the reforms, these reforms were as a result of the World Bank and as conditions set by the World Bank and the IMF. Now, these reforms in Africa, the decentralization and in other countries, full federalism, have led to what in academic literature is called vertically divided authorities. Vertically divided authorities refers to a situation where we have different levels of the state under different political parties, such as in South Africa, where the national government is under the control of the African National Congress. 8 out of the 9 provinces are under the ANC. 1 is under the DA. But then when you go down to the local level, in the metros and the municipalities, we find that it's different political parties. So the system is fragmented, power is fragmented across the 3 levels and political parties. And in such a system, whether it's federalism or decentralization, you need a strong IGR system to harmonize the relationship amongst all these actors. And so intergovernmental relations are a mechanism that has been created to deal with conflicts within a multi-level systems of government, like as we have here in South Africa. They are an integral part and pervasive part of modern political systems that deals with the complexities of modern governance. But in South Africa, however, there's criticism that the IGR system is too complex, multi-layered, and paradoxically is an impediment to service delivery. In addition to the coded IGR framework, the formal IGR framework, the government introduced various other IGR structures, And I will quote from Professor Gumeda. I saw him here a while ago in one of his articles. We've got the cluster system. The cluster system basically is a sector where sectoral policies are developed, like we've got the social sector and the economic sector. We have the presidential working groups, which is more where the actors outside of government influence policy making. We have the Presidential Coordination Committee. We have the ministers and MEC forums, commonly known as MINMEX, the National Council of Provinces, which deals more with province-specific policy, and Parliament. So you can see it's really complex and too formal. So some scholars claim that at the core of many problems besetting municipalities in South Africa are the lack of clarity with regard to the IGR systems framework. And some say that it is caused by the way the Constitution expresses strong municipal autonomy, but with a weak definition on their functional areas. Now, in literature, the dim benefits of decentralization, as I've already alluded to, it's that it increases, it deepens democracy because it brings government closer to the people through devolution of power. This is done by reconstituting government from hierarchical bureaucratic mechanism of top-down approaches to systems of nested self-government. It improves governance, better policy formulation, yet the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development indicate that no single optimal design for centralization, there's no single optimal design for decentralization. Some countries take a symmetric or a uniform approach to decentralization, while some take an asymmetric approach. As I've already said, there's a much contestation on the benefits of decentralization. However, multi-level systems of government are complex, as I've already indicated. They are inherently unstable and they go through cyclical patterns of decentralization and re-centralization. And this is done through judicial, political, and bureaucratic action. And as a result, there's much resistance from subnational levels of government against central overreach, where they feel that their central government is encroaching on their space. But also, decentralization is said to lead to inequality across regions because you find that there's an asymmetrical approach where those regions or subnational levels of government with more resources and capacity tend to get to deliver more services, unlike others regions with less capacity. So I've put it. So I've just tried to quote these factors. Just classify them under coded, which is formal factors in the South African context. And the coded factors that I've listed here is the constitutional framework. There's debates whether South Africa are we a unitary state, a federal state, or a quasi-federal state. Various people describe it differently. And it is because while the Constitution declares South Africa a unitary state, it then went on to establish a federal form of government, with autonomous powers to subnational levels of government. And now this has resulted in vertical and even horizontal competition among the three spheres of government. And as I've already said, the IGR system is complex. It's paternalistic and centrally dominated. The other coded factor is the section 139 and 100B of the Constitution, which gives the higher levels of government power to intervene in the lower spheres. Question is it for service delivery purposes, or is it for political factors or even factionalism where, these interventions? Now here's the uncoded factors. The overlap with the coded factors, political contestations. You can easily see what is happening in the metros. Okay. Coalition failures, heterogeneous interests of government actors, and coalition. Now, against this background, I'm just rushing through the background that I've painted here. This paper argues that the DDM must be considered within this complex web of entrenched political, administrative, economic realities, and institutional power structures and cultures. Because the DDM aim to harmonize the relationship among the three spheres of government. And it will be synchronized with the existing IDP and the back to basic program that preceded it. But we are not sure how this will happen. And also, with its one plan, one budget approach, the DDM may imply the formation of adversarial relationship among the different actors because of conditions which are needed for its successful implementation. So this paper again argues that these challenges cannot be explained without attention to the complex political settings and power dynamics in a centralized and vertically divided authorities that we have in South Africa. While the DDM spells out development strategies and policies in the physical, social, and even economic aspects, this paper further argued that the development programs are much more dynamic because now it does not spell, for example, the political settings and institutional variations have not received much focus when the plan was drafted. It attempts, with its one budget, one approach, it attempts to promote a countrywide consensus in an environment that is marked by contrasting political and even ideological views, inter and intra-party conflict, and differing visions on urban and rural development. The current debates are asymmetrical differentiate approach to DDM, where those, I think in the Western Cape, they are agitating for that. Those subnational levels of government with more resources and capacity, they want even more power. They should be given more power. Others call for a municipalization of public policy, which is itself controversial because they claim that central government should form more dynamic intergovernmental relations with municipalities or local government. Therefore, they should bypass provinces to make it easier for positive policy outcome. So we cut the middle layer, central government, local government. But also, this other question, is the DDA a recentralization of power? That is central government using this development program to recentralize power to itself? Is it another layer that adds to the already complex and contested national and local politics? That's what the studies try to find out. What are the institutional and contextual factors of decentralized governance in South Africa? And finally, as a national development program that cuts across all spheres of government, one of its objectives is to bridge the gap between the three spheres of government, state entities and private sector stakeholders. It is a multi-actor and multi-sphere program situated within a complex and contested political, social, and economic environment. This study will try to get insights, but in particular in the province of Gauteng and the Western Cape, through semi-structured interviews with experts from all three spheres of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosinyane, for that presentation, and I must say it is quite insightful. And I guess the study is also making the issue of decentralized governance more complex than we thought it was. So I'm gonna open it for questions. I see we have a hand there. Any other questions? So I guess it's more complex than we thought.
It is complex indeed. Thank you for the presentation. This is my take. Dr. Kumbi is saying that, his last slide, we don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, we're going to do it, but we actually don't know what the outcome is. And you're coming out and saying, actually, we do know this thing is likely not to succeed. And these are the reasons, because the systems are complex, they did not consider the political environment, and therefore, it is likely not to succeed. I'm yet to find someone who says, I know it's going to succeed. And these are the reasons, because we need to contrast these arguments and really come up with a picture on where are we going. We don't want the 20 years wasted, and then later we are told, oh, sorry, we need another one because this one didn't work. We have indications right now, and I would like more robust debates that contradict what Mr. Hosinyane is saying, so that we can have further discussions on this. But thank you for being frank. I like your frankness. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Any other person who would like to uncomplicate the matters that we're facing? There we go.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, yesterday I had this feeling that the academia is trying to see faults in what government is doing. But later, I corrected myself to say, we are here to work together with the academics and to find solutions to the problems that the country is facing. And therefore, what I would like us to think about as departments is to invest actually to the systems, especially the early warning systems, because what is happening in our spaces. Still on. Okay. Whatever is happening in our spaces, and we understand why those problems are happening. And we should actually be the people who sees what has happened and what is wrong. We should be able to say, this is happening. How do we, the risk management as well, we look at those and we make sure that we have those early warning systems so that we make sure these things, they don't happen again. If we have not had them before, we need to invest in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally.
Thank you, and thank you to the two presenters. I think I have a sense of maybe fatigue of introduction of different models to facilitate integrated planning. I remember we used to have the integrated sustainable rural development, then there was project consolidate. So I think people are having maybe a fear or fatigue that, you know, for every political term there will be a new model. But the foundation of these models are coming from the Constitution in terms of Section 195 of the Constitution. And it speaks to us as public servants that we need to provide services in a fair manner, equitably so, impartially so. So we cannot still, you know, blame, poorer people are in informal settlements, and yet we have, the constitutions requiring us to provide quality services. And I would like to concur with what Professor Figeni said yesterday, that actually building a capable state, ethical, developmental, was supposed to be chapter 1 of the NDP. So the issues of integration are legislated. You have your IGR framework, you have the Constitution, chapter 3 as well. So a model that is being introduced is to facilitate what is already in the legislation that we need to work together, but it boils back into our ethical behavior that I cannot sit alone there and plan issues of development without engaging the communities. It's also in the Constitution, in the chapter 4 of the Municipal Systems Act. And chapter 5 of the Systems Act actually even emphasized that building on the issue of people's needs must be responded to. Chapter 5 in terms of the IDPs clearly specify that especially those who are in dire need, you know, we need to ensure that we prioritize them in our IDPs. So it goes back also in terms of our conduct as public servants to say how responsive are we or swiftly are we, you know, to the needs of our communities. So this should be the basis for our planning in terms of, you know, addressing the past imbalances. The SPLUMA also emphasized the same as well in terms of how do. So it's also about reorientating our town planners. I don't want to go into that debate that the president raised about our town planners, but the current orientation is for us to, as town planners, to move away from the rigid zoning, processing of zoning applications and spatial maps, but into a facilitation mode where you drive and facilitate, you know, social partners to be responsible and contribute to planning. I happen to go through spatial development frameworks of different municipalities and metros, and I found that a higher percentage of land belongs to private owners. And how do you bring them, you know, into planning so that land can be divided and shared, you know, to support the needs on the ground? And where 90%, I'll speak of Salt Blackie as an example, 90% of land belongs to private, it's privately owned, and there's high level of poverty, high level of unemployment. And how do you come out to facilitate? The other issue, the contestation that we have in the DDM are mostly on the districts, because it's legislated that your district IDP must reflect of locals. But I've seen most of these district IDPs, it's more of it's not even integrated. You copy local IDPs and paste it in the district, and you call it an integrated. It's not integration. So I think we need to have a different orientation in terms of facilitation, but the main thing also is to invest in the people so that the skills that you are impacting on the communities relates to the opportunities that you are bringing forth. You don't want to come up with a mine, but you still have, you know, local communities who are unemployed. There is a mismatch to that. So it's more also about investing in the peoples while you are also investing on physical infrastructure so that there is a correlation. And the other issue, if you look at the integrated urban development framework, it speaks about the interdependence of cities and rural communities. So we need to also build that relationship as well, so that we deal with issues of challenges of rapid urbanization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. And you've said quite a mouthful. And in terms of everything that we've covered, colleagues, we can definitely tell as to how complex the matter of the DDM is. Do you have any last minute responses or maybe comments based on what has been said while our next presenters may come to the floor? Thank you. 1 minute.
All right, I think to be just brief and say that, starting from what she said, if we say we will implement the DDM, we need to work with people, and I think it also relates to what you just mentioned, saying that do people at the grassroots level really understand what is the DDM? I don't think so. And as I said, that I'll be launching a study, I'll be doing dissemination of the result from our DDM study month end. And those are some of the recommendations that we came up with. And starting from that, I think it was mentioned yesterday that just to get a gatekeeper's letter from a government department takes like around 7 months. This is from someone, an academic from a reputable academic institution, which I think academics are considered as elite. So then how much more about the person from the rural area? How are they going to access a government department? I think that's what we need to ask ourselves, and hence they continue to say that the DDM might struggle if that attitude does not change. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And one last comment?
Yes, thank you. Yes, as I've mentioned about the complex IGR system, I've also realized that the DDM actually has its own IGR system, which consists of 39 district forums. So it's becoming even more complex, and even deputy ministers are involved. So we can just see the political space that is going to have an impact. And also, I think it is Mr. Ngaka from the DPM who was asking me at the other time, what do we mean by district? Are we talking about a municipal demarcation or a geographical area? Because he was making an example of the illegal mining in Gauteng. It cuts across municipalities, metros, and even provinces, I think, right up to the northwest. So what is a district? And also all the things that I've been, talking about, how will they impact the DDM, its implementation, really? Thank you.
Thank you so much to my first two speakers. And then we have the last presentation by Rotandwa Ramafalo and Nolwazi Kumbisa. And they're focusing on pragmatic shift from a product-oriented mindset to product service system mindset. And they have two case studies, and the other one is focusing on an evaluation of the role of public and private entities in improving sustainability performance of human settlements. So I guess with their study, we are focusing on practical ways as to how to improve the delivery of human settlements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the House at large. I'll try to be as quick as I can. My study is very practical. Oh, sorry, my name is Rotondwa. He already introduced me. So this study, it's focusing on how do we transition from product-orientated mindset to service-orientated mindset, and obviously this is a case study from the public housing in South Africa. So I'm hoping this can contribute towards the solutions that we need regarding the problems that we are currently faced with. I'm going to skip the outline of my study and quickly highlight the problem, what the aim of the study is, and later then propose what can be done later. So the problem that we are faced with currently is that South Africa, or the public housing in South Africa, it's centered around ownership and delivery of the final product. And then as a result, in the domain of housing, we need to transition towards a product service system, which is also PPS, which is just a shift from product-oriented product to services, or just a combination of both, which is also a concept called servitization. But I'll discuss or break it a little bit later. So this fixation, which is obviously about delivering projects that are based on time? Are they delivered within the budget or cost? And also the quality in terms of the product itself. This has also been blamed from the increasing levels of client dissatisfaction in the public housing domain. So again, clients or beneficiaries or end user, whatever that we call, are continuously being offered products that are not aligned to their business case. And as a result, this is impending functionality and also the value to the product as well. So just a quick one now. As a result, then my aim of the study, or the study aims, it seeks to explore the adoption of product service system, or like I said earlier, the concept of servitization, which is just a mere concept of saying we are merging or combining service products and services just to make sure that we co-create value in use. So again, with this study, this concept obviously is from the manufacturing sector. We are trying to check how we can actually transit learning from this sector. And again, further, it also proposes, like I said, my study also attempts to propose solutions to say what is it that we can do in order to mitigate the problems that we have. So as a result, this study also proposes a conceptual framework, and like I said earlier, this is a conceptual study. It also proposes a conceptual framework that suggests a pragmatic shift from the typical product-oriented business model to a more servitized or to a more service-oriented business model. Now, what does my study focus on? This study obviously focuses on the current business delivery models that are here in the public housing domain and how the PPS system or the servitization system can be used to co-create value in use and also optimal functionality standards. Now, just to quickly touch on the theoretical and conceptual background, as we stand today, it's still a problem in terms of housing, both in the developing and developed countries, as most of the time we're just chasing about ownership. But what about services? What about functionality? What about sustainability of those houses? What about satisfaction of those clients that we're delivering these houses to, just as opposed to I own a house, then that's it. Again, South African government still face challenges with major in developing innovative models and framework, and again, just to make sure that we decongest the housing backlog. But now the problem is how we are sitting in a case where we have housing backlog, yet we still have models or houses that are delivered yet not functional. So we cannot try to address all these issues at the same time, which is this study seeks to propose to say, instead of just focusing on the sustainability of, the delivery of houses, let them be sustainable. At least when we have backlog, at least we try to push for more houses rather than backlog, and again, going back to fix those models that we've already delivered. But that, again, I will just touch briefly on that in my discussions or findings. So it is also quite clear that the current business models in the construction industry are geared towards traditional, which are typically traditional product-based operations, and what the study seeks to achieve is how do we then servitize those business models. Again, this is also what I've said previously, it has also increased the lack of acceptance within the clients or the end users, and as a result, the PSS is viewed as a business model that will try to co-create value in use and functionality to our clients. So if you look at that small diagrams there, which I hope they are a little bit visible, this is just a change of focus, just from delivering products, but we deliver products that are also accompanied by services, just to make sure that we bring value to our clients. And obviously, this is what the NDP tries to seeks to achieve, also to bring sustainable housing in the public domain. So where does this concept come from? So I've seen that levels are arising where authors are publishing around this concept of PPS. And like I said earlier, this concept came from the manufacturing sector, where it evolved from the notion that end users or the clients, they only benefit more from the products when they are complemented by their services. Just imagine if you had a car that never gets serviced. What is the sustainability of the car? Why would you just give a product? You know, we're trying to bring the same concept into the construction to say, instead of just delivering housing that sometimes is not even functionable, sometimes it does not have value, people cannot even afford maintaining it, how do we then servitize these products? But later, I hope I'm still having time, yes. Industry again has also implemented services as again a way to increase their revenue services and also to increase customer satisfaction. So to date, the concept of servitized business model and its utility in the construction or housing domain is still a problem. So this is the gap which this study seeks to contribute towards. So I'm hoping this study will contribute successfully or fruitfully towards achieving what we need to achieve. This study has adopted a qualitative research, and I'm not going to dwell much on this because it's going to take forever. But in short, this study has used the systematic literature review just to make sure that we grasp and we fully understand the concept so that when we shift and when we move, we fully understand how it's done, how it should be implemented. As a result, we have viewed the existing literature from 1999, at least 2 decades, just to check what happened in the last 2 decades as a way to fully capture and understand how this concept works. So this was done, like I said, I'm not going to dwell much on the method. I'm trying to rush through the discussion of findings and what can possibly be done in future. So we've already, we also use the QCA, the qualitative content analysis, where we look at the abstract, then we do the 5 stages of systematic literature review, where we do is the review of the question. Is the question researchable, searching for the literature, critical abstraction, extraction, how do we then synthesize the data? But this is not my biggest interest because of time. So I'll quickly jump to the findings. However, having negated the entire process and the whole sum of the adoption of the PSS, the following factors, these are the probable influencers for this successful transition. Firstly, we need the presence of knowledge-based assets, and in this manner, we fully believe that, and based on the literature that has been gathered, the PSS or the product service system requires organization to change. Hence, the title of my study is, how do we then shift? You know, it's a pragmatic shift, something that is practical rather than just theoretical. How do we then move? How do we then shift or transition and extend the knowledge, in keeping in mind that adding services to our tangible products, this can also contribute to the value of our clients. Leadership commitment, we're not going to talk much about this. So many speakers have already spoken about what leadership is, how can leadership engage in making sure that we successfully implement and have sustainable human settlements and housing, more especially in the public sector. So leadership should also obviously, I need a specific word, to embark in a journey where we push for this successful transition. And again, scholars have also suggested that leaders can also lead this prosperous change towards the PSS system and viably advances leadership and knowledge in co-creation of this knowledge into the business, which is service-driven. Lastly, the strategies and operations. Then how do we then have strategies? Obviously, organizations need to come up with strategies to say, this is what we're going to do. As a result, the PSS represents a business model and transformation, organizational from selling just goods as products to selling goods that are blended with services as well. Obviously, we need to put in strategies and operations that will allow organizations to become to allow the smooth transition from products to services. This is where I want to probably spend a minute or two, left with 3 minutes. This is a proposed conceptual framework. This is based on the entire theory that we have analyzed. So the first part of that, you will see that this is what I was talking about, the traditional products, that in most cases there's no value. You find that we deliver housing 3-5 years down the line, we still have problems of sustainability of those houses. Those houses are disposed, they are vandalized and everything, and there's no maintenance plan to it. How do we then add the traditional services to that so that we can have the servitized business model, which is projected on my far right there? You will see that this study has also adopted what we call the BMC, which is the business model canvas, where we have to discuss and the 9 building blocks of that model. I'm not going to go into that. In the next slide, you will see I'm going to go back again. This is what each and every building block means, and how do we then transition, and how do we then modify it to suit the new business case. Just to quickly go back again, so if we sit down and plan to say key partnerships, key activities, resources, venue streams, how do we then talk to each and every building block to make sure that we transition or to propose a better servitized product, then in the presence of those revised or amended 9 building blocks, and obviously including the success factors that I've mentioned, the leadership-based assets, leadership commitment, and organizational strategies, then we can possibly in future move to a servitized project. So what are the opportunities associated to this study or to this transition? So companies may create more value to clients. Obviously, in the beginning, we have spoken about client dissatisfaction. So this study also says if we successfully transition, then it's more client satisfaction and it's more value to the products that we deliver. From this point of view, we have an exceptional opportunity to implement service-oriented offerings that tend to give competitive advantage, obviously, into the current or existing market. So the PSS is thoughtfully a product-oriented activity that also focus and look at adding value through adding services. So in conclusion, this study has highlighted we need to better understand how this system or how this concept works in terms of how can we also leverage the attributes of combining or blending together services and products as one integrated solution, which we can drive functionality and value in use to client. And as a result, this brings about sustainability of projects that we give to our clients. Again, this study has also used the concept of servitization and again the PSS literature just to make sure that we can deliver the proposed framework that I've presented in the previous slides, and obviously attending these teachings from the manufacturing sector hence I had to take you a little bit back from what the manufacturing sector was doing. So these are the lessons that were successful, and this study hopes that if we can take those successful lessons and we try to implement them in the construction industry, then we can have better sustainable of human settlements and public housing. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I think this is a good presentation to get a business model, changing this public housing into a business model. We're going to take questions after the second presentation in the interest of time, because they will, I think they work to most on their papers together, so there will be some questions that they will have to answer together. The next presentation is by Nolwazi Kumbisa. Thanks.
Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, my name is Nolwazi Kumbisa, and I'll take you guys through our last presentation before we go into the session for Q&A. And for this paper, the title is Evaluating the Role of Public and Private Entities in Improving Sustainability of Human Settlements. And this was an exploratory study based on the contractor's perspective. Okay, so essentially with the rising levels of dissatisfaction, as we've mentioned in our previous presentation, amongst the various professionals in the construction industry regarding the access of affordable or public housing that is suitable, relevant, and appropriately located. It's quite a buzzword now in terms of focusing and changing the shift in terms of how can we make the current human settlement model more sustainable. Public and private sector organizations have been struggling for quite some time with this concept of sustainable human settlements, especially with regards to the implementation thereof. and the adoption of sustainable construction practices have been identified as central for achieving a balanced and sustainable integrated human settlements model. Then, with regards to the civilization, as we know, and I think it's been emphasized quite a lot, that there's definitely a disjuncture or a juncture where a paradigm shift in the built environment is required when it comes to the implementation of sustainable human settlements. As we've mentioned in our previous paper, that we're at a point where we're proposing a more pragmatic or a paradigm shift in the way in which human settlements are currently being delivered. The aim of this study was basically to address or to assess what are the contributions of public and private entities on enhancing the sustainability of human settlements, on focusing rather on the contractor's perspective. Then again, with regards to the time factor, I'm just going to quickly skim through the research designed for the study. A qualitative approach was used for data collection, and we basically interviewed a sample size of 25 interviews with the key stakeholders that are mentioned on the slide. Okay, then with the discussion of findings, essentially the choices that individuals and groups make regarding their own behavior will definitely then determine whether or not society as a whole is able to transition to more sustainable approaches when it comes to the implementation of human settlements. And of course, changes in attitudes and behaviors are necessary for the implementation of sustainable human settlements, but these changes can only be brought forward or be implemented where there's individual commitment to what is ultimately a moral decision when it comes to supporting this personal value system. Then, of course, when it comes to the principles of sustainable buildings, they should be incorporated into contractors' sustainability strategies. So when it comes to, in terms of whether they are bidding for the implementation of human settlements, it needs to be, for example, some of the prerequisites that are included when those bids are issued out to the public to get contractors who are going to implement sustainable human settlements. And of course, when an organization or a contractor is contracted to deliver sustainable designs, the client should then be sort of workshopped in terms of what is the importance of making sure that, for instance, these designs are actually incorporating the principles of sustainability. And then during the interviews, every professional that we spoke to acknowledged, of course, as well that the customer, in fact, does affect the incentive to use sustainable construction methods, whether they are used in the public or the private sector. And although it's still a common misconception that governments alone are in charge of accomplishing the SDGs, for example, I think we've mentioned it in quite a few of the presentations that we've had during this week that and I think the previous, or the last question from the previous session as well was focused on that we've heard a lot of integration, but again, it just boils down to looking at it as an individual responsibility for all the key stakeholders that are involved during the implementation of sustainable human settlements. Then we were also able to find some key barriers that lead into a lack of contractors being able to implement sustainable human settlements, mainly your social, cultural barriers. For example, if you find that most of the contractors that are implementing these human settlements models or programs, there's still a bit of a lack of knowledge in terms of how sustainable or how sustainability affects a project's operating expenses and the perception of what sustainable methods are. In most cases, you find that contractors are still in the disbelief that implementing a sustainable model for human settlements is expensive. There's economic barriers, stakeholder barriers as well. where, for instance, we're saying that from the data that we found, that stakeholders are more likely to pursue the conventional procurement and construction methods in order to avoid additional responsibilities that are required to implement sustainable practices, as well as to manage these conflicting and competing business interests. Then the last two barriers were the political barriers and the technological barriers. Again, I'll just emphasize on the technological barriers, where, for example, the interviewees revealed that they still lack an in-depth knowledge of sustainable construction technology, where, again, only now we are starting to focus on, for example, innovative building technologies or alternative building technologies. But in terms of how they are received by the public, it's still something that we all need to work towards when it comes to your consumer education strategies, to make sure that even our beneficiaries or the end users of these houses that we are building are able to understand and appreciate alternative building technologies or innovative building technologies, so that we can move away from the current unsustainable model of delivering human settlements. Then the conclusions for the study. Again, global climate change and a number of other environmental issues are both significantly exacerbated by the construction industry. And I think that has been quite evident again during the presentations we've had during this week. And in the context of human settlements, this study or this paper included an overview of sustainability with a focus on the contributions of both the public and the private organizations in order to enhance this human settlements model. But precisely, again, it goes back to how do we, first of all, make sure that the contractors that are implementing human settlements or the delivery of public housing understand the importance of moving towards sustainability, but most importantly, how do we emphasize consumer education to the end users who are going to be residing in these new products. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I think, yeah, it is really, really critical that social housing becomes sustainable, because you move around, you look at these houses built, and the next thing, a year later, they are no longer sustainable. But there are cracks and all that. But I think in addition to that also, it's what you mentioned, that the attitude of the end user towards looking after the product that they were given and making sure that it remains in good condition, that's become, it's very critical to the entire process. All right, we're going to open the floor for question, and if I may see hands. Yeah,
Okay, is that better? Okay, so thanks firstly for the thought-provoking papers. I really want to thank you for the creative thinking around a very sticky problem in our society. So the question that I have is that, I mean, I like the concept of linking product with service, and it really sounds like an absolution for the problem that we're confronted with. However, do you believe that this will address the underlying problem that we have? Or will we now just find that we have both the product and service being inferior? So is the model really the underlying solution, or is there something else that is fundamentally broken that needs to be addressed? So the model I have no problem with, and I think it's actually quite a good model, but is that the intrinsic problem that we're confronted with? Thanks.
Can I go for it? Yeah, thank you so much.
one is a question and other is an input to say, like the other example that was made yesterday of when we're bringing development to schools, when you give kids tablets and then you find those tablets being taken away by community members. In this regard, I see this is an input of saying, prior to delivering a product, there should be some community mobilization or preparedness in terms of eventualities and risks. Specifically, one of those could be to think about, or to get them to think about the maintenance issues that you've mentioned. And someone has to play that role, and I see, and I don't find it in the planning, and I want to just get a feedback from you to say, what has been your observation or finding in relation to the preparedness of the recipients and the community in relation to servicing those products? The question again here would be also in terms of saying, linking to the previous speaker, the product itself, looking at cultural issues and also I think the moral fiber down in the communities that speaks to dependency. Do you think something must be done in relation to, for example, I would perceive, this is my perception, that you rather give the recipients the means of having a better or similar product than having it delivered by a service provider or a community. And I think that should be another question that you should have looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session and the presenters. I think a take-home lesson, Chair, is that a congregation of this kind maybe should have included all the departments because they are all when you look at the National Development Plan, it cuts across all sectors, and we would have had a much better opportunity to engage further in a kind of a presentation like this one. I know that Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan, Transforming Human Settlements, was regarded as one of the best written chapters in the NDP. So this component which is being presented here, it's a one to learn more about. On the first presentation, I think the previous speakers have partly touched on this. When you want to transform the housing delivery to a service-orientated, maybe I missed a part where you refer to what becomes the role of the beneficiaries in making sure that happens. Because I think what is more advocated for in the National Development Plan is a people-centered and a people-driving development. And I like the fact that your presentation may not necessarily refer to housing, but it's a lesson that would cut across all services. The last one is that, forgive me if I am taking you too far, but the concern that I have is that while we want to look at the sustainability of the product itself, when you look at the housing sector in South Africa, is the housing delivery approach itself sustainable? How far is it going to take us? And yeah, let me stop there.
All right, thanks. Let us allow the panelists to respond, and then we'll take another set of questions. All right, you can respond.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think I'll just touch base on some of the aspects that were mentioned. I think with regards to the last question from Dr. Sanele and the first question, I think with regards to what might be fundamentally wrong, for the lack of a better word, with current public housing delivery mechanisms that are used. I think for me, this is probably a very controversial answer, but as part of my PhD studies is to look at going back to improving the self-help housing model when it comes to the delivery of human settlements, because I think the current model is really not sustainable. And I think for the majority of the recipients and the country at large, we've actually forgotten what was the main mandate for the delivery of RDP houses. And instead, it's created quite a lot of dependency on the state. And if we look at the current economic shifts that are currently happening in the country, it's really not a sustainable approach. And also, at the end of the day, we also just need to be reminded that as Africans, we are not really used to getting things given to us. You know, initially we were people that were used to doing things for ourselves. And if we can go back to, for example, emphasizing on African philosophies or African epistemologies, where as African people we should be, or we are capable of doing things for ourselves. Hence I say, if we can go back to government or the state finding ways to support more of your sites and services projects or assisted self-help housing as opposed to the delivery of a core house, then I think we could touch base in terms of how can we improve the sustainability of the delivery methods that are used to deliver public housing in the country.
Okay, I'll also comment on the first one. What's our take on the recipients and the community? What are the roles of the beneficiaries in this model? And again, how far or how long is it gonna take us to fix the sustainability system that is currently there? So now the question will be, one thing about the proposition of this study is we are trying to move away from trying to dig what can have possibly went wrong so much. We're trying to come up with solutions at this point. And one of the biggest problems that we have seen is the sustainability of human settlement and the sustainability of public housing. So now, we have instances where my colleague also mentioned that we have a problem of housing backlogs, and I think this is one of the things I said earlier. We cannot at this point try to fix the problem of housing backlog, yet there's still models that are delivered that are not sustainable. There are models that are being abandoned. There are models that it's still a problem to maintain at this point. So meaning, if we try to fix the problem of backlog, it means we are actually adding to more problems of the current problems that are happening with housing that is not sustainable. So what this model is trying to do is how do we then quickly close the gap in the meantime while we are trying to fix the problem of housing backlog as well. Hence we're saying the delivery of services in this regard, then it's the solution, or it is the possible solution, and what I like again about this study is it gives us an open door to say, let's engage. Let's see how much we can engage, how much we can come together and try to, if you remember, I've projected a business canvas model where it says what are the value propositions, what are the segments. So what this study aims to achieve is also to have an open discussion to say what do we quickly amend at this point so that we can deliver sustainability to these models. Again, there's a question of what are the role of the beneficiaries, because well, is it the role of the beneficiaries? Do you want to continue?
Okay, and then lastly was to comment on the question on what would be the role of the beneficiaries. I think again it goes back to what was initially mentioned, that with regards to that question, we need to first of all understand that with the current challenges that are evident in the current model of RDP or BNG housing, what are the key factors that contribute to the ever-increasing housing backlog and the number of beneficiaries that end up abandoning their households. So if we can, since we did mention that the first study is still a conceptual study, so the next phase would then to actually go out and find out from the end users or the beneficiaries themselves, what is their take with regards to, first of all, when it comes to servitization, what would be the best services that they would require to, first of all, support a self-help housing model, so that we're able to tackle the issue of the unsustainable delivery method or model that is currently used to deliver public housing, but also to tackle or to find out what are the main causes of beneficiaries leaving their current or the houses that they receive from the government. And then if we're able to combine those two solutions, we'll then be able to come up with a more practical and implementable servitization model for the delivery of human settlements. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this thought-provoking discussion. And I think I remember yesterday you guys we nearly rushed these two presentations. I'm glad that we didn't rush this presentation yesterday, because if we did, then we're going to miss this core, the core of your presentations. It's very, very thought-provoking, and I think it is the sort of thing that we need to start moving towards and see how can we, in the process of delivering the welfare housing, how can we make sure that there is some level of servicing and maybe some level of responsibility from the end user themselves, which I must say that you guys are brave to go to communities and propose such or try to discuss that, but it is a way that we need to go and start reflecting on things like that. Please let us give them a round of applause, and thank you so much. All right, I think we can then break for lunch. Thank you.
That's why it's
front, sorry.
And 5 to close. Okay. But why are you going there? Okay. So according to Professor Sipamanda Zondi, he's still eating. He spoke with authority that DP. No, he's not. Thanks God. No, he just gave us an authoritative assessment of the Galadin. And where is it? Yes. According to Professor Zondi, who's walking up now, he gave us an authoritative assessment of the Galadin. The conclusion is DPSA people can't dance. Okay, colleagues, we have come to the last panel discussion. It's a bit more futuristic. We're looking forward. I think in the last 2 days we have spoken a lot about the as-is, where to from here, after all the issues that have been pointed out. So let me invite our esteemed panelists. So what we'll have, we'll give them 5 minutes, engage a few questions. Please try, Professor Maserumul. I know that challenge. Okay, Nomfundo Dlamini, please come up, Miss Nomfundo Dlamini. Langos, yeah, she's still putting her notes together. Who can I trust next? Professor Kumede, Vusi Kumede, Professor Maserumule. Don't be shy. So there are basically 4 questions here. I will just let you to have a free will in terms of how you want to address them. One says, what would have happened by the year 2030? You can throw your bones there and tell us what would have happened. What are the likely future scenarios? And what is it that government should be capacitated, what specific areas, so that we can accelerate delivery? And then the last one is, should the NDP be revised. So let me not prescribe. I will let you have your 6 minutes opening remarks on that one, and then I'll invite comments from engagement from the floor, and then we take it from there. Now I'm looking for a brave one to go first. Who wants to volunteer? You can.
Okay. Yeah. Is it really 6 minutes? Good afternoon, colleagues. We had a very wonderful intersection of ideas. Now we are in a session where, like as Dumisani indicated, we need to answer the question was what is to be done. This is what the Russian revolutionary theorist Vladimir Lenin asked. I had prepared something, but I'm not really going to go through it because of the 5-6 minutes. But what I want to emphasize, should the NDP be revised? The answer is yes. How should it be revised? I will emphasize what Professor Fikeni said. I will emphasize what Bulani from Presidency said. Chapter 13 of the Constitution must be Chapter 1. That's very important. And why we are saying that is because all the commitments made in the different chapters depend on Chapter 1. There is nothing that we can actually achieve until such time that we address the question of the capacity of the state. And it is quite encouraging, if I may put it that way, because after so many years of pleading for some kind of movement insofar as Chapter 13 of the NDP is concerned, lately we have seen a sudden change, wherein the framework was actually adopted, wherein there are quite a number of pieces of legislation that seeks to change the current legislative framework which is governing the public service. That is good. But all what we are trying to say is that we need to make sure, because already we have squandered almost 10 years, we need to make sure that with the recent milestone that we have achieved, we need to make sure that we instill a sense of agency in each and every fiber of government to make sure that we complete the task of now starting to deliver on the real things that matters most. And what are those real things that matters most? The question of dealing with poverty, the question of dealing with unemployment, the question of dealing with inequality. Remember, the capacity of the state ought to be for the good of society, right? Because if we don't do that, 2030, it might actually be a very challenging year, because everybody is expecting things to happen in 2030, in 2030. But if we don't really have anything to show in 2030, we are in trouble. We are in trouble because the expectation out there are quite high, and we've been advised by so many people who are concerned about the state of society that if something doesn't happen as a matter of agency, we are most likely to see, I'm yet to get history confirming that, but some people in South Africa are even going to the extent of suggesting that South Africa might actually see the revolution of the poor. I've never really read about the revolution which is being led by the poor. But the American economics, Joseph Stiglitz, said something very important, that when people find themselves in a very untenable situation because they were promised something and they were kept in a perpetual hope, the moment when they get tired, they become prey to demagogues. right? And those demagogues are mushrooming, right? And those demagogues are likely to be the one that will lead the revolution of the poor. So 2030 is most likely to be a turning point in South Africa, and we just have to make sure that we speed up our sense of agency in terms of making sure that we do what we are supposed to do, of course, with a sense of agency. Maybe just to, I could see that you are looking at me. Let me just try to move towards the end by again going back to Russia. Vladimir again said something very important, and I'm going to quote him to underscore the significance of the latest milestone that were achieved lately, and try to urge all of us that we need to consolidate on that, the main intention being to make sure that we really internalize the sense of agency as government, as leaders of society. And this is what he said. He said that there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happens. And when I look at this statement, I said to myself that perhaps 2020, 2021, 2022 constitute a period where a decade related to tangible initiative to build the capacity of the state happen. And if we could strategically leverage on this with a sense of commitment, with a sense of consistency, with a sense of agency, by 2020, we may achieve the level of state capacity required to, in a meaningful way, address the challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And this somewhat paints a good scenario for the future. It gives hope. However, if we give hope and we don't act on that hope, 2020 may actually become a very dangerous year. Am I still within my minutes?
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. No, thank you so much. Those are some of the few things that I wanted to emphasize. And also, more importantly, DG, yesterday you talked about the fact that government is actually slacking insofar as digitization is concerned. We have to move with speed. Because if that is the case, it means that we are still in the third revolution. Because just to digitize, I know that you said it tongue-in-cheek, but I think you made a very profound statement. Just to digitize the Z83 is still a problem. That's what you said. I quote you. So it's something that we need to begin to really look into. Otherwise, we are going to have a challenge in terms of creating what you call a value proposition for the young people. Because remember, we are saying that local government, public service must be an employer of choice, right? But if we don't do what we are supposed to do in terms of making sure that we accommodate, what do they call them? Generation Z. Those are the people whose lives revolve around the smartphone, right? At some point I was very angry with some people at home complaining that they are not reading, they are always on their cell phone. They said to me that, but Dad, we are reading here. That was when I realized how antiquated am I, and I think DJ, we are very much antiquated. So to make the public service local government the employer of choice, and also to create that value proposition, we need to move with speed in terms of making sure that we live up to the expectation of the fourth industrial revolution. I'm done.
Thanks, Program Director, and greetings, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to talk here. So I think, following on what Prof says, I also agree that the NDP needs to be revised, redrafted, renegotiated, and redone. I'm trying to find the right term, so you choose one of those. Essentially, when you compare a development plan, and I can talk a bit about this, looking at various countries that I've looked at, a development plan needs to be a little bit more specific, more crisp, and brief. You can think of Malaysia, you can think of Brazil, Singapore, China, and some of the countries that we compare ourselves with in the continent, Mauritius and Botswana, even Nigeria. So I think there's something that needs to go into that, that whether couldn't it be tighter than it is, right? We all know it's about 500 pages. So I think that's an issue we need to confront, and it's been raised before, so I'm just highlighting this particular point. But I think most importantly, it has to address the correct problem. And I think there's a challenge with many development plans across the world, and I've done a lot of work looking at different development plans. For South Africa, many of us have argued that for a very long time, that we're not addressing the historical injustice. So many of the interventions, the initiatives, the policies that we implement are very broad and they're about a better life for all. And there's a question mark around this all, whether really we should be talking about that. Some of us argue that what South Africa really has to deal with, what it's dealing with, is the legacy or ramifications, not legacy, it's a negative thing, ramifications of apartheid colonialism. So all those 350 years of justification, discrimination, exploitation, and so forth. So I think there's an issue around that, whether the NDP as a plan is addressing this fundamental question. We may disagree, perhaps there's a different fundamental question, but as it currently, as it's drafted, arguably is very broad, that is not very specific about what issue are we really addressing. And some of us arguing that it's a historical injustice, is this issue of apartheid colonialism, the shorthand of about 350 years of disadvantage. That would mean that the policies that it talks about or it prescribes are about this, primarily prioritizing Africans, economic policies, social policies, and so forth. And I think that's an issue for debate. So if you think about the future, program director, is that maybe the policies that we should be designing must also be addressing this challenge that we're facing. Because in South Africa, for a very long time, since 1994, the people who are really facing disadvantage are black people. We all know this. People who are not getting jobs, who've been losing jobs, are Africans, are black people. Inequality is affecting largely black people, poverty, all aspects of poverty, largely affecting Africans. So I think it's something that we may want to confront, whether the NDP and the policies are addressing this particular issue. Otherwise, I think what Prof is talking about, the poor rising, indeed may be possible, even if it's for the first time. So, moving aside from the NDP, I think I've said enough around that. I think, and many scholars have said this for decades, that the way in which government is structured, the institutional architecture, influences development outcomes. And I think that's another key issue, maybe related to the NDP, but it may very well be about the NPC, that perhaps, given the critical importance of planning capacity in government, the NPC could be structured differently. We've said this to other people and may not be palatable. That there must be a perception of close proximity of the Planning Commission and the President. We don't get this sense. Same thing perhaps with the Department of Planning when it was there, M&E, when, we don't get a sense. And some of us use examples that when we're in government, in the police unit, very few of us, it felt like we could do a lot more because there was a perception that we're close to the President. So this proximity, I think, becomes very important. And that departure, which happened under the fifth administration, perhaps needs to be corrected, because when there was conceptualization, all the work that was taking place about how you structure the Planning Commission was making this recommendation that I'm making. We looked at India, we look at Malaysia, Brazil, we're all over trying to figure out how best to structure the planning commission. So I think that's probably another issue, Chair, if you think about the future, that perhaps the manner in which government is structured needs to be relooked at. I could say a bit more about this. The point essentially is that development outcomes, be it in education, healthcare, well-being broadly, could be improved if government is better structured. If government is better structured, it can also function better. We can ensure that you've got the right capacity in the right places. And I think it's one of the issues that needs to be confronted. It's so difficult to talk about 2030, given that we have all the challenges that we face as society. And I'm reminded, by the way, Chair, that Albert Einstein said, "I can't predict the future, it happens too fast." It may very well be that, Prof. Masarimure, what you are saying is going to happen earlier. And I think it's a reality that we need to confront because there's so much discontent in society that 2030 might actually be very far to see the revolution that Prof. Masarimure is talking about. So if nothing urgent is done to deal with the challenges that we face, I think we're likely to see. I feel like our society has been, in a sense, in a tipping point for a very long time, and anything could happen at any point in time. So for 2030, I think it may very well be that all the capacities that are needed, the organization of the state differently, the sequencing of reforms and the policies needs to happen like yesterday. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. Without spending too much time between people's beach time and the end of today's session, I did want to just concur with my fellow panelists and just share my thoughts. I think the NDP doesn't necessarily involve addressing our social injustices, and unfortunately, I think as a country, we've also been able to place a band-aid on top of a gunshot wound. And what I mean by that is that the injustices, the inequalities, the systemic issues that are faced by this country, unfortunately, are only being exacerbated by the levels of poverty and inequality. And I agree with the fact that the issues facing our country are systemic, as has been noted. But we also need to be very cognizant of the fact that we are in the state that we're in, and having transitioned into a democratic state, taking full cognizance of the fact that when apartheid was being informed, and we can take it back all the way to imperialism, all these structures were carefully architectured. And it kind of burdens me to feel that the only attempt that we've had at reconstructing something that was so systemic has been our plans. And unfortunately, these plans do not necessarily correlate with our lived experiences. And we see this because of the great elements of social incohesion that we are fighting, and especially as societies are also feeling as though they're not being heard and they're getting tired. The unfortunate part is, I think for me, a saying that I really feel has kind of been perpetuated in a lot of things that we are seeing as implementation programs and projects, is that when you fail to plan, you also plan to fail. And unfortunately, the undertaking with the National Development Plan is that it was thought of as something of a national project that will also be imposed in a kind of a top-down structure. And in this regard, we didn't see the plans, the integration, the correlation between the other spheres and sectors of society. Yes, academia, yes, business, but where is it that we're also speaking to the elements of civil society? And in this regard, it also means that we're also placing a lot of strain and stress on just one particular ambit, being government, to be the be-all and the end-all of this particular society. So what does it take for us to actually build something, like I had mentioned before, that has been carefully orchestrated, thought by certain predecessors to say, this is the kind of society that we want? How is it that we've actually gone back and deconstructed those things in a feasible, in a tangible way, in a way upon which the layman walking down the road can also see their particular role in this particular plan. They see themselves not just spoken to, but spoken of, but living and putting this out in their daily activities. And so when we speak about things like future scenarios, I think some of the learnings that we obviously have had to undertake are things that we didn't actually plan to foresee, such as COVID, and also very inevitable experiences like the current floods that we also faced within this province. These things for me were showing how it is that all of us here, unfortunately, will all take responsibility, could not plan for mitigating circumstances of things that are unforeseeable. So as much as we can speak about theorizing things, as much as we can speak about utilizing particular jargon, systems, other best case scenarios, as you've seen in other places of the world, what we need is plans, well, not plans, what we need are projects and programs that are intrinsically made for us and by us. How it is that our country, our society, our different regions are constituted differs. How it is that you would constitute a particular program in the north of this province compared to the south would differ. So how it is that we also want to just think that for us to perpetuate, maybe just review something that was written by individuals that have not taken the current socio-political and economic context into regard, I think is not going to be enough. And unfortunately, we would have missed another missed opportunity. So I think with just a few of my impromptu thoughts, unfortunately, in this regard, I'd have to say that it's inevitable for us to plan for the inevitable. And what that looks like depends on how it is that we can also take the undertakings and the learnings from the various disasters that we faced, the various elements like we spoke about pertaining to coalition governments, the breakdown of the societal structure that used to exist and that we used to rely on, and go back into the thinking board to say, has this worked thus far? And if not, what would work for us? Let's imagine a future for us that also takes into cognizance who we are as a people and where it is that we're trying to get to. Pertaining to government capacity and what it is that would be necessary for us to actually foresee this future that I'm speaking about, not to be pessimistic because I'm a very optimistic person. I'd probably like to posit the fact that I think this would involve us having a very different government sector completely. I don't know if this is a particular utopia that I still envision and believe in, but when we speak about elements pertaining to skills gaps, when we speak about elements pertaining to capacity building, and we speak about elements that pertain to professionalization, again, this can't just be jargon that we throw around. What are we doing for the highest level of youth unemployment that the world has ever seen? How are we addressing that? How are we addressing, for example, the intakes and the uptaking from university and the professionalization and the career throughput up until people are able to see themselves like positioned in the society? And what does that look like? And up until we can actively put into place mitigating circumstances that speak to these particular issues, like I said, that are lived experiences, I think we will be back here again in 10 years' time, hopefully still looking as good as we're looking now, but also still speaking about the same issues. So I think it does take a lot of groundwork, and unfortunately, I do believe that in order to build sometimes, you need to deconstruct and rebuild again. Thank you.
Okay, there you are, good people. I've suspended my thinking, so the floor is open for questions. At least there was thinking. Yes. We've got limited capacity. But just to make, whilst you are thinking your questions, yes, I've noted the DG So there's consensus that the NDP needs to be revised, that it needs to be shortened, I will say to be more programmatic focused. Secondly, I think there's a consensus that it must be service delivery oriented in terms of the delivery of public goods and services. I think the one question I'd like to ask maybe Professor Kumet. I must abuse this microphone. Is that, would you say that, I'm asking you because you spoke about the broadness of the NDP. Would you say that one of the challenges of the NDP is that it tries to accommodate everyone, but from a government perspective, rather than from a citizen satisfaction? So we need something to accommodate agriculture, to accommodate that ministry with everyone minus men, you know, the economic development, all of, and in the process we did not zoom into, so I will maybe ask you that one. Okay, DG, you are on the floor, and then Professor Zondi, no dancing comments, and that side in that order.
Thank you. I want to correct something. Our department doesn't minus men. It minus them only in terms of benefits, but in terms of work, they have to work. The people who have to benefit is women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But now, my question is to all of you. I think he covered me in a way when he said it focuses on government but not the citizens. One thing I have observed is that in every plan that we do, we think, this is what we're going to do. For example, I'll make an example because I'm from Alexander. This is what we're going to do for people in Alexander, but we have never went there to go and understand them or ask them what they want and whatever. You can build things for them and let me make an example of schools in the rural areas. They build the toilets and they go, tomorrow morning they flushing toilets. Tomorrow morning they are broken. It's because you thought development is about, this flushing toilet. But for them, it might be something else. But also, I think the mindset. Somebody spoke about the mindset. Before we can be able to achieve anything, we need to do the RDP of the mind, the reconstruction and development of the mindset, more especially of those that were discriminated or those that were disadvantaged, because we are not going anywhere. Now people think they have a right to grants, even if you can create jobs, but people will still want to get grants. And if you take away the grant, do you know that South Africa will ban, all those things? So we need to talk to people and change their mindset and educate them and whatever before we can say this is the route that we are taking. And I think that is one thing that the plan needs to, the RDP the NDP needs to take. But also just to say, when the NDP was first developed, it didn't have anything about women, youth, and persons with disabilities. It had one line which said the CGE and the Department of Women must develop a plan to integrate women. I hope now women will be integral to the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof?
Thank you very much. In relation to the question number 3 of the session, given that the kind of stage, the structure of the stage we have was designed after a compromise at Codestra, it was necessary for uniting, not for operating, not for achieving the goals. The governing party has itself accepted that, which is why they took a resolution on the reorganization of the state, the complete reorientation of the state. I want to ask my panelists whether we do need provinces as a layer of government. Thanks.
Yeah. The provincial DG is gone, and so is the DDG. There was a hand on that side.
Thank you very much, panelists. The gentleman unfortunately covered my question, where I also wanted to ask about one of the challenges of implementing a lot of these strategies and the NDP is the issue of capacity, right? And these things are usually done at local government, and local government does not have capacity. But yet we have oversight from national government and provincial government. Why then do we not absorb provincial government into local government so that it's properly capacitated? And also the other thing is that I asked this in the room I was in. I said, we give contracts, we outsource services, and yet we need those skills in the municipality to take away that outsourcing. How do you outsource, for instance, the construction of a bridge when you are mostly administrative staff, administrators? You don't know how to do urban planning, you don't know how to do city planning, you don't know how to do spatial development. But then instead of hiring in-house engineers, urban planners, you're outsourcing all that, but without actually understanding what it is that they need to deliver. So you're then unable to see how this development should look like. Thank you. Professor Dlamini can answer.
Yeah.
Is that me?
Okay, we can go first there.
You should be receiving it. It's coming. Yeah. So let me start with the issue of provinces, because I've looked into this. So we'll have to think quite hard about answering that question or confronting whether provinces are needed or not. It seems to me that they have a very critical role that cannot be played by the national government. There may be a different argument about merging provinces and the local sphere. That's a different issue. So what I've argued about provinces, you can read about this in my book. I go into a lot of detail about this issue, that we need to reconfigure provinces from their current form to something else. They shouldn't be as big as they are. And there are certain capacities that should be there that are not there. And there are certain capacities that do not belong there, and they are there currently. In other words, you could trim a province to be half of what it currently is, the provincial sphere, sorry, and move the capacities to where it's most needed, because some of those capacities are very critical. It's a difficult issue, and it's about where you'll cut. So, for instance, you'll have to cut at the top a lot. I mean, there are certain leadership attributes that are critical in every sphere of government, but I just think there are too many people in leadership positions in the provinces. It may be the case at the national too, but I think more so at the provinces, given what provinces are supposed to do. That's in brief, Chair, around the provinces. I agree with your point on the NTP, but at the same time, I think we should remember that the NTP, by the way, was a consensus document, contrary to what some of us argue. So it took a lot of time to negotiate and get it done. So all role players in society were involved. Sometimes academics claim that they were not consulted. So we can say some were not consulted. But I suppose when I make this point, the point I'm trying to make is that perhaps something should have happened after the NTP was completed. And that is to say, we now have this document as our plan for the next, 12 years, was it around that time? What could be the agenda, a development agenda out of this plan? And maybe that's where these issues we're raising should be addressed, the issue of addressing the historical injustice, issues around gender, youth, disability, and the issues around, So maybe it may very well be that it's not so much of a problem with the NDP as a document originally, is that we didn't take the next step of distilling a development agenda out of it. And leverage, because at that point in time, there was so much goodwill, arguably, and consensus, at least for all the role players, we could have come up with a plan that maybe we could have, an agenda that we could have implemented. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Prof. Zondi, the provinces, just a quick comment, Prof has already commented. My reading of where we come from as the post-apartheid South Africa, that history, you were there, Captain Park. In many ways, provinces emerge as a function of consensus. Consensus to the extent of even accommodating certain personalities. And they were in many ways an attempt to facilitate a transitional arrangement. My view is that as a country, despite the fact that we are 30 years in democracy, we are still stuck in certain transitional arrangement. And also in many ways, as we were trying to reconfigure the provinces, unwittingly, we continued with the very same system that we wanted to change. In other words, we inherited certain dynamics which are still very much part of us. That is why also if you go to certain provinces, indeed, for those who lived that at a time, you feel that, but it's like I'm still in a Bantu stand. I'm still in the self-governing territories, you know. So my view is that perhaps at some point as a country, we need to begin to reimagine the post-apartheid state and confront the fact that we seem to have made some arrangement that seeks to manage the very system that we inherited rather than get rid of it. That is all what I can say about provinces. You see, your point is very important to me, Sani. The question of the capacity of the state. I want to, firstly, I'm not so sure whether did we communicate enough that NDP is not just a government plan, it's a state plan, right? And secondly, the question of the capacity of the state, for me, it ought to be the function of the synergy of efforts between the strategic sectors of society, government, business, civil society, and academia, right? Because a university, for example, ought to play its own role in terms of making sure that the NDP objectives are actually realized. We talk about creating a certain number of PhDs. What role are the universities playing? Are we holding universities as society accountable to that commitment? And thank you very much, DG. Maybe when we review the NDP, we need to put more emphasis on women issues. Outsourcing. For me, outsourcing has always been a no-no because there is a huge evidence that clearly demonstrates that outsourcing hollow up the state in terms of enhancing the capacity of the state. To an extent that in the process, it became complicit in destroying certain pockets of excellence. Think about SARS. Who killed SARS? SARS was nearly killed by outsourcing arrangement, right? So for me, outsourcing is no-no.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Just my thoughts about whether we still need a provincial layer of government. I'll probably draw on my experience having worked as the only program manager to have piloted the district development model in the only metro in the country, and also being the only youth and the only female. And the challenges there, especially in something that was just as integral and pioneering, was the fact that there's lack of coordination within, amidst, in between departments, in municipalities, let alone now when we're going to look at the various spheres of government and how it is that they're supposed to plan and coordinate on elements pertaining to projects and programs. So when that's the case, that's when we have the very frustrating issue, for example, of someone coming to pave a road, then the next year someone comes, digs up that very road to put in a manhole, then someone else comes to dig in again to put 3G, because we're not speaking to each other. And the element of us speaking to each other seems to first have to find its weight within legislation. And up until individuals within departments and individuals within sectors feel like they are mandated and things are translated into their KPAs, there's no given initiative for this to transpire, because it's what it is that I need to do, and as long as I do what I need to do, that's it. And hence we don't have an element of accountability. So in that particular element of experience that I'm speaking towards was particularly in eThekwini, whereby I think the challenges that would be faced by a municipality like eThekwini, we firstly need to denote the fact that it's a metro. So the type of challenges that will be faced by some of the metros, of which some of them even have higher budgets in some provincial departments, might I add, will be very different to what will also happen, for example, to a local municipality in same Kambatin. Now, when we are also going to take a blanket approach in terms of what we claim to be capacity issues or capability issues, we are going to again run ourselves into another predicament, because it cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. And hence, I saw the value proposition of something that talks to decentralization, like the district development model. Because what we're saying is, we're no longer going to look within the framework of the demarcation of our municipalities as they stand. Because as we know, those all have political connotations and socioeconomic connotations. And some people even go as far as protesting when they get demarcated in their ward outside of a particular municipality, because that means sizothathelwa umnotho, sizothathelwa, oh, sorry, let me go back to my English data. We are going to have opportunities and access taken away from us, which then in and of itself should also pose to us that clearly there's something systemically wrong with how it is that even though we have wall-to-wall municipalities, there's no wall-to-wall coordination. So it goes back for me again to this element that I will think will keep perpetuating, to say we need to go back to deconstruct to reconstruct. So the drawing board is necessary. And unfortunately, when we look at how it is that our planning cycle is constituted, these things take years. We don't have yearly reviews. And unfortunately also, these things, these elements pertaining to performance areas and indices don't translate down to the individual person who, like the DG was saying, comes here from an 8 to 4. They don't see themselves being monitored, evaluated, contributing to these elements pertaining to society. So I guess my diplomatic answer to that, pertaining to whether it is that we need provinces or not, would be actually we need to reconstruct our country a bit differently. And for me, it would look more on the demarcation of districts than it would pertaining to ward level or municipal demarcations as they stand. Because in that way, like I'm saying, we have a bigger area upon which that we should be thinking about. Because even when you look at things pertaining to infrastructure investment, it makes no feasibility on the marginal utility of a project for you to look at a particular demarcated space and think about taking a water pipe for 50 kilometers vis-a-vis putting in infrastructure for 2,500 kilometers. And because in our country, I'm so sorry, lost 20 seconds. But because in our country we also lack the vision of looking at things from a regional perspective, we will never hit the mark. And having had the experience of, obviously, sometimes staying in different countries as well, we don't have the competitive advantage of also even utilizing just the SADC region as a whole in terms of how it is. I mean, there was a question earlier about economic development, how it is that we can rationalize and galvanize on our value proposition. And because we don't utilize that even at a municipal level, I would say right now we really need to go back to the drawing board and really think about how it is that we can firstly foster coordination that's effective and that can be evaluated. Thanks.
Thank you. So I feel cheated whenever Nomfundo says, so I thought she was closing. And start afresh. Okay, the last round. There was a hand there. I'm going to take that. Okay, 1, 2, 3. This is the last 4. And you only have 30 seconds. No preambles, no context, just a question.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is not a question, but a comment. I would like to cement the views that have been echoed by the panelists about reconfiguration of provinces and reviewing the NTP. I fully concur with that sentiment. One, because we have seen a huge political landscape change in South Africa. If you want to know what I'm talking about, go to PE, Johannesburg, Tshwane, and there was a general perception that one party is in charge. But come 2024 or 2030, there's a likelihood that we might have a multi-party state. So in preparation for that, there is indeed a strong need to review our NTP. And finally, Program Director, I come from the province, and I come from a department, one of the departments. This view of provinces and government, national and local government is very sensitive. I come from provincial treasury. I feel that national treasury is imposing on us because currently we are busy with budget processes. We get allocation letters, and the amount that we get is not enough to the demand that we have in the province. And then the departments look at us as if we are dictating to them. And when I also happen to visit or go around the province to municipalities, municipalities have a strong view that we as a province are dictating to them. There are even currently there are 3 problems. One, when you come from a provincial department, you are perceived as coming to enforce or impose the ANC policies to IFP-led municipality. And secondly, you go to another municipality, maybe the faction is not the right one, and you are seen as if you are pushing the faction of the agenda of another faction of the same ruling party. So having said that, I fully concur with the views that indeed there must be reconfiguration. You must look at the NTP, look and take into account the possibility that you might have a coalition government in the future. Thank you.
Okay, there was a head here. You just had to lobby that treasury.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to ask the panel.
Yes.
The NDP talks about effective and efficient and effective functioning municipalities in 2030. Unfortunately, sitting here, I don't think we will be able to see that. We have Section 154, which national government and provincial government have ignored totally. But it seems as if they are trigger happy when it comes to 139. Is it a lack of leadership? Is it lack of willingness to ensure that 154 works so that we avoid going to 139, which is currently working? I mean, if we cannot deal with this whilst we have a legislation that is there, it becomes a problem going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There was a hand. Okay, let's start where the mic is.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to find out from the panel whether, in terms of their views, are there any sections of the NTP that should have not been there? Thank you.
It's in a soft copy. We can delete it.
Good day. Do I really have like 30 seconds for real? Or you were just bluffing? Because I think I might need like a minute or more. May I please request that? Just a minute. Because the thing is, if it's 30 seconds, honestly, I won't be able to express fully what I want to. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. I also want to add that when the NDP is being looked at, if it could be looked contextually. Contextual in the sense that there are some provinces that, they don't share similar resources. For instance, if we've got KZN, Eastern, that are coastal, they've got certain characteristics that other inland provinces don't really have. So if it could also be looked that way, so that we know that when it comes to the issue of development, from the NDP point of view, we are also, what can I say, specifically giving certain resources, certain provinces, based on what they give us to the provinces. Because why am I saying so? Lately, there's been the issue of the access to the harbour that has been happening lately here at the Durban harbour. And there are bottlenecks that are there, especially when it comes to transportation logistics to access, for trucks to access the goods there. So please, that's another thing I want to do. A lot is there, but my time is limited. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so, Ms. Lamin, you have 1 minute just to repeat.
I've spoken.
You've done? Okay. I was hoping Ceremony will follow the leadership.
Excuse local government, lack of so many things that we talk about. I will say that in addition to that list, perhaps there is a lack of imaginative ingenuity. I'll tell you why I'm saying that, because the state in which we are, insofar as local government is concerned in South Africa, everybody is saying that the future of local government politics is in coalition. And I say that, but it's not. It's not. Because coalitions, in many ways, seems to be a convenient political way of cheating democracy. And also, if you try to look at international trends, there is a huge shift from party-led city to citizens-led city. To the extent that there is even a theoretical construct which is emerging to characterize that. They call it new municipalism. We have got about 177 cities that are agitating for that, right? For me, that is where the future of local government lies. Not in coalition. Coalition is just a convenient way of addressing a convenient problem at a particular point in time. We need to begin to have a longer perspective in terms of how we could come with a sustainable solution to the problems of local government in South Africa, but not only in South Africa, but all over. So that is what I wanted to say. NDP for me is an overarching plan. Plans of government and other strategic sectors of society ought to happen, but they should actually be informed by the NDP.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Thanks. So I think the issue is, I think in the morning we're trying to deal with this. Where is the problem with local government? I think this is a question we need to address, and the morning panel was trying to do this. It may very well be that we can ask the same question with the provincial sphere and the same question in the national sphere. Where is the problem? Or broadly, where is the problem with government? And it may very well be that actually that it's not the skills, it's not a capacity constraint. maybe something else. So at the local level, in my view, there's a particular skill set that is missing that should be there, or there's not enough of it. In order for local government to be developmental, efficient, effective, you definitely need people who can manage finances at a local level. So the financial management skills are critical. You probably need certain engineering, technical skills, definitely leadership skills, right? So if we can have a particular set of skills that are there that we believe are critical for a particular sphere, maybe we can achieve what the NTP says. So it's not so much a problem with the NTP, in my view. It's whether we're putting in place the interventions that are necessary to achieve, in the context of local government, what was envisaged. The same can be said about the national government. But the national government, I think I share the point that we need to reconfigure it. Because it's really difficult to argue that you have a capacity constraint when government has been expanding since 2008, 2009. You just look at the number of ministries, number of departments, number of deputy ministries. Government is really huge now, and it's been expanding over time. Just from about 12% of consolidated expenditure was going to compensation expenditure in 2009. Now that's about 16%. So that's something is going on about government expanding. And if you compare with other countries that have done this, it's not a problem really that there are not enough people. It may very well be that people are not in the right places. So I think when we think about answering some of these challenges, we probably need to be asking a question whether do we really have this challenge of state capacity, as we've been saying, or it may be an excuse for something else. Indeed, there may be certain skills that are necessary. For instance, there must be leadership skills, certain kind of leadership skills, negotiation skills, communication skills, you can go on and on. And then you build those skills. But I think to argue broadly that the problem that we face is a problem of capacity, I think we may be missing the mark. So as we implement the interventions and the reforms, I think we may need to take that into account. Thanks, Program Director.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to a close of this part. Where's Campbell? I'm not used to giving people things. Okay. Yes, come. Unesandla wena.
Take our screenshots from the page.
Okay, we're done? Yeah. Must declare tonight. Okay, let's give them a hand of applause. So thank you very much. I'm about to invite the DG to give us a closing remarks. I think today I have the power to give you 10 minutes.
It's too long, actually. Too long. You can take a laptop. It's an institutional laptop. Just, yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues. How are you doing? I'm dead tired. Heavy content for 3 days is weighing heavily on me now.
but I think that it's been good. They've written a list of salutations here for me, but don't worry, I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to acknowledge everybody who has been in this conference, in particular my National Planning Commissioners. It's important I acknowledge them. As well as DG who just left now. The one DG who's been consistent and stayed over except me, DG for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And I think Prof. Gomede joined us this morning. So it's appropriate to just say thank you, Prof. We know you are a busy man, like many men who are here who are busy. I'm not gaslighting, I'm just saying people are busy. But you made time for us. We have a lot of dignitaries here. Again, I'm not going to mention your colleagues by name because there's a long list here, but I just wanted to highlight that I think there's an NYDA commissioner who's here, Mr. Tulisa Ndlela. I don't know if he's still here, but to acknowledge him. To also, I forgot to acknowledge Ms. Bonginge Ngoma. I'm sure she's no longer here. I almost said Ngema, but Ngoma. So she's no longer here. And lastly, DG Justice and Constitutional Development popped in and out. But I think that I just want to report that there was a DG for Justice and Constitutional Development. And then I think colleagues generally, we've been supported heavily by colleagues from the province. So I realized to the Secretariat, I must apologize, it's me who caused a crisis for you, the Secretariat for the conference, Dumisani, because I think on, what's today, Wednesday, I've lost touch. On Thursday evening, on Wednesday evening, I sent a WhatsApp to the DG of the province. And I said, DG, please ensure that your departments are represented and your HODs hopefully participate. You know, Sis Nonhlanhla being Sis Nonhlanhla, she wrote to all of them and said each one must send 10 people. So he said each one must send 10 SMS members so they can come and learn here. So this led to an overflow and a shortage of bags and other things. And I didn't inform my colleagues. Anyway, even if I had informed you, there was nothing you were going to do about it. And I also didn't, Sis Nonhlanhla did not come back to me and says, I'm deploying this contingent so that I prepare you. She just said, noted, DG, quickly wrote a letter and sent an instruction to everybody. So I realized there's a problem when yesterday 3 colleagues from Community Safety from this province came to me and said they didn't get the bags. So we managed to fix them bags, so it was manageable. Then today, 1 colleague from Social Development says we're 7 colleagues, we don't have bags. Then I realized, no, we have a problem. So we apologize for those people that we couldn't give bags to. We truly apologize. I think had the Secretariat known, they would have managed it differently. They would have not given us bags as some of the officials from the department and prioritized people from the outside, but they did not know. So I apologize for that. I just, you know, I've been reflecting a lot about these past 3 days. From day one, I've just been reflecting about, I believe in reflection as a tool of learning as well. And, or let me rather say, I've been taught of reflection as a tool of learning rather than me believing in it. But the message in the teaching was so good that it translated into a belief, into a part of my belief systems, that it's important to reflect. As we lead in different spaces, we must reflect on the roles that we play. We must ask questions that sometimes make people uncomfortable. And those who work with me in the department know I ask lots of questions, and sometimes I can see some of them angry, but I always say, if you are happy every day at work, then there's problems. And if everybody you lead is agreeing with each other and there's no tension, then there's something you're not doing well. People must not be too buddy-buddy in the workplace. Otherwise, they're going to overthrow you. If they are all those below you are in agreement, they're going to overthrow you. There must be some complications. So Confucius, the Chinese philosopher, had this to say about learning and reflection, and I quote, "Learning without reflection is a waste. Reflection without learning is dangerous." So we must always think about that. So over the past 10 years of National Development Plan, we have learned about challenges facing the state and government. Chapter 13 of the NDP details the actions that we need to implement to address these challenges and deliver on an ethical, capable, and developmental state. We have also learned that development of policies must be fit for purpose and be implementable. The misnomer between what is termed good policies that cannot be implemented should be addressed. We have also learned that evidence in policy making is important. So as we implement policies, we get evidence. Hopefully our M&E capabilities are pulling up this evidence nicely so that we can pick up trends, we can analyze, we can use what's coming out of the evidence to improve on our policies or to discard policies that are not working for us. We've also learned that in government, we don't discard policies that are not working for us. We continue until, I don't know, maybe somebody forgets about the policy. But we don't have a very systematic way of checking out policies that we think are not working for us. One of the greatest challenges that has been identified over the years has been the failure of government to reflect and be receptive to advice and not being receptive to constructive criticism from civil society and academia. For this conference, we deliberately decided to have more speakers and contributors from outside of government to ensure that we cease speaking to ourselves and reflect more on what is being said by colleagues in academia that are more learned than some of us and are conducting research that is also contributing to evaluation of some of these challenges we face in society. The public service is usually very slow to incorporate new technologies. I mean, we know our sad story of digitization and IFMS as an example. So and for us to prepare for the future of the work, we need to ensure that public services remain relevant, not only in form, but also in how they are delivered. And we will continue celebrating these partnerships that will challenge us. Societal challenges such as growing unemployment, poverty and inequality, as well as gender-based violence, and more frequent pandemics such as COVID-19 and climate change informed by floods and other things will continue to put to test our capacity and ensure that we become a resilient state that is adaptive and effective. There is certainly a need for urgent implementation for some of the things that have come out here. We know that and we are aware of that, and that we don't have to implement alone. We understand that the NDP is not just a government plan, but a state plan. Professor Masemrolo, you keep on saying this all the time, and I know why you are saying it. But you know, one of the things we have done at DPSA has been to say, where the state is delaying on other aspects, we are going to continue with what we can implement. So for instance, you'll see with lifestyle audits in the public sector, when they started, they were a state plan. The president was going to, we're going to do a big bang thing of lifestyle auditing, judges, politicians, and. So when I arrived at DPSA in 2020, I just said nicely to colleagues, what is our mandate as DPSA? Public service, national and provincial government. Let's start our work there. Whilst the presidency and other people are working in relation to the bigger framework for others, let's start our work there so that we can show over a period of time the building blocks that we have built in. So I tend as well to say, because I understand the state machinery is so big and it can take forever, and I only have a 5-year contract, so I must account for the time that I'm in government for 5 years. I can't just be in government, in a department for 5 years and leave, and I have nothing left to account for. So sometimes we tend to move forward faster than I think the entire state, because we understand some of the limitations within the state apparatus. Had we not done the same with this conference and this engagement, we would still be waiting for the economy cluster, for the security cluster, for everybody. But we said, as the GSKIT cluster, which is responsible for Chapter 13, we're going to move with this process. So when we started this conference, planning this conference, it was really aimed at focusing on Chapter 13. But I think that with persuasion, we accommodated the other parts of the NDP. But I'm not happy. I don't think you can do anyway a thorough job on all the parts of the NDP or all the chapters of the NDP. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to push what we can push so that we don't have to wait. When we presented the professionalization framework in Parliament, in Cabinet, led by Busani, we were turned back 3 or 4 times, and ministers kept on raising different issues. Hey, you are not doing this properly at DPSA. Hey, we want this, we want this. So we kept on saying, we will come back to cabinet about this, but now this is what is ready, and we think we need to build building blocks on what is ready before, so that we don't have to wait for everything, because if we wait for everything to be ready, we may have to wait for more than a year for some of the things that need to be done. So the steps that are ready, let's take them forward. So having said that, I look forward to now, I think the real task is going to happen now with the secretariat of this conference, Dumisani, which I believe you are still heading, so don't abandon them after the conference. The report that comes out of this conference, the actions, the recommendations that come out of this conference, and the actions that come out of this conference, I would like us to go to the next cluster meeting to give a little bit of even if it's not a final report. And the next cluster meeting is sometime towards the end of November. So there's no resting, colleagues who are, there's no resting. So I'd like us to go back to the cluster to give a sense of a feedback. It may not be a perfect report, but I do actually want a perfect report out of this. But it may not be perfect. You experienced it. So check with my office the date of the next cluster. Let's go back and talk and raise awareness in the cluster. But also let's have a sense of what are the things that the cluster members should be considering for their plans and integrating into their plans that we are going to monitor as a cluster from a building state capacity point of view. Because if we miss that cycle, these things that we are talking about here are not going to be implemented. We will have to wait for another cycle to do that. So I think that's very important. It doesn't have to be many actions for me, but some of the critical things that are coming out of this conference, we must find a way to integrate them. It's very important, because if we don't do that, forget. I've seen many people who speak in conferences. This is what many of you academics probably don't know. You can speak in conferences forever, but the planning phase of government is very important, because if you miss that planning phase in terms of integrating whatever, the likelihood of it happening is very high, unless there is a proper champion who will not get tired and is resilient enough to fight for what needs to be done. Lastly, and in conclusion, I just want to really acknowledge, beyond acknowledging each one of you, the organizing team. If they can stand up. Which one?
This one, she's a zone.
You're like some family members of mine who look for relatives everywhere. And then they'll be calling me, hey, you know, Sbanban is in Gauteng. You know, sometimes you discover I live in Mitra and somebody's in Carltonville. So-and-so is in Gauteng, you must visit. I'm thinking, yo, hi guys, can you mean? And you know, the staff from the university, guys, our service providers, we've been fed, we've been loved. Yes, lots of love flying around here. There's been so much kindness, so much caring towards each other. We've danced, we've done everything. Hopefully, we've done everything that we needed to do here. It's very important. So thank you very much, colleagues. I even have some proof of some videos of professors dancing yesterday. So thank you very much, colleagues, for that. We really appreciate. Dumisani and Dr. Kambule and your team, you've really gone beyond expectations. The team from DPSA supporting. You know, I always say people must volunteer. People must raise their hands and give support. I think that you've outdone yourself. I didn't have one single complaint that comes to me as a crisis, which is very rare, except the bags issue. But everything went very well. I didn't trust Dumisani much, because you know, he's a man after all. So sometimes men don't have a finer touch to detail. But all they know is to take Tupperware and bake cake and not leave a piece home. But I trusted, you know, and the team of women surrounding Dumisani that they are going to bring him to Mother Earth all the time so that we have success of the conference. So, guys, you've done very well. There's lots of expectations. There's lots of expectations we are carrying from this conference. Sometimes I get scared of expectations that people have on me, firstly, as a person who's leading administration at DPSA, but generally on the collective, because I also know my own weaknesses and weaknesses of the collective. But I think that we will pull through. With your support, we will pull through. And thank you for joining us, for your contributions, and for not holding back. This is not the end. We will share the outcome, and the book. Apparently, there's a book that will be published out of the conference, and I am sure that it will be seminal, that book. So, thank you, guys. You know, it's really been a heavy 3 days. I realized this morning when I woke up that hey, this is the 3rd day. I can feel it in my body. It's been heavy. So it's very rare that I've done conferences since I was young and in the youth sector, or being a youth activist. It's very rare that people stay consistently in a workshop in large numbers for 3 days. Especially, I mean, in a conference, especially in an exotic place like KZN, where people have lots of options. One political party once hosted a conference in the Eastern Cape in PE. And the first half of the day, the conference room was full. After that, delegates were wearing T-shirts in the beach. They were never found in the conference again, but you were very disciplined. Thank you very much, colleagues.